Once again, this morning to have this activity is in line with matters of technology and education. We ask for your wisdom, knowledge, understanding, and cooperation as we go through the process. We give glory and honor to you and for your guidance. We give the name to faith and believe.
Thank you, David. Good morning, dear participants. We are set to start our day today, and take these few minutes to just do the preliminaries as we start off our day. We thank each and every one of you for having find time to be with us this morning. We are glad that we have this kind of numbers for this sensitization. We should be able to start with the few preliminaries. Just a minute, I share some few slides. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. Once again, welcome for this session, and kindly, because we needed to appreciate those who are on board. Kindly on the chat, you can leave your names and the institution you are representing. And once again, on behalf of NACOSTI, thank you so much for this moment. It's our day to share some of the thoughts around the science, technology, and innovation STI indicator for this year 2022, 2023, 2024. And we really want to have a discussion so that we can make it easy for every one of us. In terms of just brief introduction or quick overview for us to appreciate the kind of discussion we are going to have, I just thought perhaps we share this. And as I share this, we also will slightly change our program so that, but by the end of the day, we'll still be able to achieve what we were intending to achieve. I will share the quick ideas of a few points in terms of what we are going to do in terms of introduction. What we will follow, we'll follow the presentation on the overview of this indicator. 2024, 2022, sorry for that, 2023, 2024 financial year. And then the Director General will come much later to give the official opening and a quick rationale of the science, technology, and innovation indicator. For our purpose today, this being one of our quarterly commitments to really work with the OMDAs that are participating in this, our main, I think, effort and all this preparation we are doing to make it easy for the MDAs to implement these indicators. We want to thank you, those who have been on board since the beginning of introduction of this 2021. There are those who are coming on for the first time. We really want to thank you. And again, we are going to accommodate you. We will work together. So we will just share some few thoughts in terms of this indicator for this year, what it entails. We also want to provide this forum just to address some of your challenges, those who have been implementing. Perhaps you have had some issues. So we'll have some few discussion around the development of STI strategy and reporting issues. So again, it's your forum to discuss this. We also wish to provide support for your, in terms of facilitating your quarterly reporting. Again, we will do that through an overview of our reporting tools, which as a commitment that we had made to the stakeholders, we've been able to re-engineer, simplify the tools for your purpose and for ease of your work going through this. And those who are implementing the STI strategy, again, these are very important tool. We are saying it's important for us to have a clear understanding and also a simplified manner so that it is able to speak to your mandates and functions. So in a nutshell, we'll be able to run this through this half-day sensitization. This is the first one for this financial year, the quarter one. Commitment is to do every quarter. So again, we want to say this is a very important aspect for us to canvas that this is an important agenda for the country. So just to give it a bearing, I just wanted to highlight this regulatory framework where we have anchored the STI mainstreaming. Again, for those who may for the first time, we just want to highlight that the whole thing we are talking about, the regulatory framework that governs the science, research, science, technology, and innovation, the whole spectrum. And this is the STI Act of 2013. So this act was enacted for majorly this aspect, the issues of facilitating and coordinating and promotion of STI in the country. It was also partly to aside the priority for the development. Again, as a country, we need to have priorities. So this act provides the forum to bring stakeholders together to set priorities for our science, technology, and innovation as a country. So, the main important and what I wanted us to focus on is the purpose number 3, and this got to the entrenchment of science, technology, and innovation in our national production system. This was the vision of the country, and the stakeholders thought it is important to have this kind of a law that will help us entrench science, technology, and innovation within our programs and our activities as ministries, state corporations, and other agencies. And today we are happy that we are dealing with one of the major constituents in terms of helping us as a country entrench STI into our production system. So definitely this is what we want to discuss, and the STI mainstreaming has find its home within this framework. But perhaps so that we don't ask ourselves why STI mainstreaming, just wanted to highlight a few points as to why this is a very important agenda for the country in regards to our national priorities. This is a very important aspect as a country, as institutions, and even as a region, how we treat and how we prioritize STI in the country. So this major 3 point, we are just so that we don't have that clarity of mind. That's why we have everybody on board. Vision 2030, we are all addressing this as our national development agenda. And in this vision, we all agree that as a country, we had seen it fit to have STI as one of the enablers. again, so that's why we don't have the doubt why everybody is on board. It's because everybody who is contributing to Vision 2030 programs, activities, we are saying STI is one of the enablers. This is the intention of STI mainstreaming, so that we are able to entrench and institutionalize STI aspect within our programs and our activities. Most of you have been involved in the fourth medium-term plan. This plan, again, you will all appreciate how STI is a critical ingredient in terms of accelerating our commitment around the third with our commitment to have a socioeconomic transformation and a resilient economy. STI will have a very clear role. Again, so what we are doing at our levels, at institutional levels, this is we're going to make a serious contribution in that. So but particularly the focal person, the champions, and those who will be championing this on behalf of our state cooperation, this will be very important for us to appreciate this. Again, the better plan the current government has, it's very clear 5 agenda or the pillars, again, it's plan. And we have also seen that how STI will be a critical ingredient again to really accelerate attainment of the plan. So in our efforts from our different corners, we'll be making a serious contribution. Again, as focal persons and champions, this is one of our additional avenue to make a commitment to accelerate attainment of this. Again, His Excellency the President is in the plan to set up a advisory council for science and technology. We want to appreciate the head of state thinking this direction. Why? So that as a country, that's the direction we are heading, that whatever we want to do, science, technology, and innovation has its place. And this is a very important aspect for us. So just wanted to share those brief moments. I know my Director General will elaborate this in terms of the international and the current trends within and around this important agenda globally. But for us to set the pace, so that this is where we are coming from, and all these aspects, each and every agency is represented here have a role, participate or play in this. And again, STI mainstreaming becomes an important aspect across this. So if you're able to mainstream and institutionalize STI within our program and activity, we will have done great justice for this country. So having said that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to agree we are ready to start off the first presentation. And in this, I will invite our resource person, Javan Meeting, who will give us an overview of the STI as an indicator, and also share some of the feedback in terms of our performance for last financial year, just for us to appreciate and make some progress. So, Javan, if you're set, you can take the floor.
Thank you, Dr. Gige. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you. We're trying to set up. As Dr. Gige has indicated, I'll be taking you through basically the experience in terms of implementing this indicator. Sorry, just a minute. Oh, move it from here. Yeah, thank you. Sorry for that. Some small itches, but basically, as it has been indicated, as you are aware, most of you have been in this process. We started implementing this indicator from 2021, 2022 through the 18 cycle performance contract guidelines. And basically, we'll be looking at the best practice. What is the best way in terms of implementing this indicator? What are the main requirements? And also be looking at basically in terms of implementation, how can we effectively and efficiently implement this indicator so that we can be able to attain the intended objectives, and of course also looking at the challenges. What are some of the challenges? How can we maneuver the challenges? How can we ensure, for example, for MDAs that are joining us for the first time, how can we ensure that indeed you are able to effectively manage the indicator, and of course have a smooth implementation process up from 1st of July this year to 30th of June next year. So basically, as it was indicated, these indicators, I've said, we started the implementation from the year 2021, 2022. But of course, before that, in performance contracting process, we used to have these indicators, research development, and our core mandate that is up to around 2014. And basically with the enactment of the Act of STI 2013, then of course we broaden the aspect of R&D to include science, technology, and innovation, where basically R&D is a subset within the activities that you're supposed to do or to implement within the wider science, research, science, technology, and innovation, the entire ecosystem. So basically, what is the expectation or what is expected from NACOST as a specialized agency? I know you're implementing other cross-cutting PC indicators that are basically under specialized agency. We normally have indicators that are directly under specialized agency, and also we have other indicators under lead agencies. Indicators under lead agencies are the ones, for example, that are directly under state. They are basically managed directly either from the ministry perspective or state department or inspectorate of state corporations, where they basically manage from that dimension. But specialized agencies indicator, they are basically, NACOST is one of them. We have others. We have others that we've been having on board, for example, room safety and NTSC, HIV AIDS, we are drug and substance abuse and such. So basically the expectation is that they are supposed to develop the indicator and receive, analyze, and provide feedback as they did for 2022-2023 financial year. Already NACOST has been able to analyze. They received your quotas through the quota submissions. All the 4 quarters that was analyzed and feedback was provided accordingly. And of course, after 15 days, after the end of the quarter also, they give a feedback. But of course, at the end of the financial year, which ended by 30th of June, by 15th of July, you all reported. And 15 days after that, NACOST was to do the analysis and also give the score, evaluate the performance of those 4 quarters. And that was done. Provide technical support to MDAs as they are doing right away. Access the annual performance of MDAs, and I've talked about that. This has already been done for the year 2022, 2023, and accordingly communicated both to the MDAs and basically to performance contracting and monitoring unit. Submit and the list that has already been done. So basically, when you talk about science, research, science, technology, and innovation, having in mind that today we have across the board, we have all the MDAs. You realize that we are at different levels in terms of implementing research, science, technology, and innovation as MDAs. Some of us are fully We are doing it, we have a high mandate in the same, but basically looking at the government, or looking at the agenda of the government, looking at the Vision 2030, as it has been stated earlier, that research, science, technology, and innovation basically is an enabler number 2. And all of us as MDAs, we have a role, we have different graduated role in terms of how we're implementing Vision 2030. And that is broken down, for example, to MTP4 that now we are implementing. And most of you have under keen look at MTP4, that is Medium Term Plan 4. You realize that matters, research, science, technology, and innovation are critical. They are part and parcel. In fact, from the concept paper that originated from Treasury, you realize there was a lot of emphasis on science, research, science, technology, and innovation. You have also, you also look at better the bottom-up economic model. If you look at it keenly, the 5 pillars that we're implementing ideally, research, science, technology, and innovation becomes a critical ingredient in terms of actualization. Most of us who have been in this process remember, like, for example, MTP2 and MTP3. I mean, MTP2, of course, gave rise to MTP3. And remember, in MTP3, we are in the Big 4 agenda. And within it, of course, you remember when you look at the Big 4 agenda, again, matters, research, science, technology, and innovation are very, very, very critical. So what am I saying? My point is, if you look at the journey that you have walked as a country, the journey that we are pursuing right away as a country, then you realize matters, research, science, technology, and innovation are very critical. And all of us as MDAs, as I said earlier, we have different input. We are playing different roles in terms of implementing Vision 2030. All of us have a certain role. The question is, within that role that we're implementing as an MDA, if you look at your mandate, where do we find research, science, technology, and innovation? When you look at the act that establishes most of us as MDAs, then again, we realize that there was a lot of push. There is that intention or purposed concern to ensure that indeed matters, research, science, technology, and innovation are anchored. So basically, as you develop your STI strategy, if you don't have one, or probably as you implement the same, then you realize that you have an opportunity from your strategic plans to, as you develop your STI strategies, to ensure that matters, research, science, technology, and innovation are taken care of. The question of why I think this has been canvassed, and it will be canvassed more, but I'll just summarize it by simply saying, as a nation, as a country, when you look at our blueprint that we have as a country, then we must, or there is that effort, there is that clear, calculated move to ensure that indeed, as a country, we are able to integrate, to infuse research, science, technology, and innovation as a way of socioeconomic development. Basically, that can't be overemphasized. It is very critical. Coming down to the MDA specifically and answering the question, what is our role in it? You realize that if you look at, for example, the 20th cycle performance contracting guidelines, matters research, matters science, technology, and innovation have been taken care of clearly within your core mandate. Meaning, as we set our objectives, as we ensure that we set goals and objectives and key result areas that we want to attain as institutions, then how we manage matters, science, technology, and innovation, then matters a lot. So basically, how do we integrate? How do we ensure that as we plan our core mandate business, as we allocate our budgetary, as we do our budgetary allocation towards the core mandate that we do as an institution or as an MDA, then how do we allocate? How do we ensure that we have what it is needed to help us attain the intended purpose in matters, research, science, technology, and innovation? I've talked about Vision 2030. I've talked about MTP2, MTP3, and 4. Currently, we are at 4. And most of you realize that one of the requirements that we have currently for our strategic plans is that we are supposed to realign our strategic plans with MTP4 and, of course, better. And we realize as we do so, as you interrogate that, you realize there's a lot of emphasis in research, science, technology, and innovation, mostly in our MTP4. As I said, MTP3 was actualized through the Big 4 agenda. And after the Big 4 agenda, we have better. which ideally is being actualized through the MTP4. And of course, MTP4 is actualizing Vision 2030 on 5-year basis. So basically, that is the relationship, and it has a direct contribution to what we do as a country. So basically, when you talk about science, technology, or STI, basically, or research, science, technology, innovation, the entire ecosystem, then we can connect clearly the connection between this to our mandate as an MDA, what we do on a daily basis, to our performance contract, our annual work plans that we develop so that we can be able to develop our PCs, and of course, ensure continuous implementation. Then we are able to clearly indicate and see, or maybe get the connection that's supposed to be. So when we look at science, technology, and innovation, basically when we create knowledge, that is science. When we do the application of science or application of knowledge, basically that is technology. And when we apply technology, that is innovation. So the question is, as an MTA, where are we in terms of ensuring that somehow we are addressing, as we address Vision 2030, you realize you need science, you realize you need technology, you need innovation. As an institution, for you to be able to survive, again, you need science, you need technology, you need innovation, you need to innovate. You need creativity, innovation, and creativity to ensure that the business that you undertake as an MDA, you are able to continuously embrace new ways of doing it. You have new ways to address the challenges that emerge on a daily basis, because we live in a very dynamic environment, and that means we must be able to adapt to the environment through science, through technology, through innovation, basically through research. So when you have research, when you put research in place, then science, technology, and innovation, then you're able to address much of what goes around us. When we look at this indicator, basically from an MDA perspective, as I said, the inclusion is through your common date. When you look at the common date that we are implementing for both for non-commercial and commercial MDAs, then within our PC, within our 20th cycle guidelines, science, technology, innovation has been added as part and parcel of what we are supposed to do. So basically, looking at it, and maybe if you compare this with what we used to do before, we used to have R&D specifically, where we used to allocate at least 2% of our revenue, of our budget towards research and development. This is, as I said, this is a subset now, because there are other things that you're supposed to do on top of that. But basically, allocation of 2% is at least 2% is basically part and parcel of the bigger indicator. I said this is an enabler. The indicator, I mean, research, science, technology, and innovation is within it. It is clearly taken care of at the Vision 2030, meaning within the planning process, within the attainment of the aspirations of our country in terms of Vision 2030. Then it is clear the role of science, technology, and innovation is basically an enabler. So basically that, and since all of us as MDAs, we are existing, we are contributing directly to the attainment of Vision 2030, then we must have research, science, technology, and innovation as part of what is helping us attain our vision of Vision 2030. I said again, it's an enabler within public sector reforms. Most of you have been in this process. You remember that for attainment of public sector, there are many public sector reforms that were started many years back, which included implementation of performance contract, quality management systems, RRI, rapid resource initiative, and such. You realize again, research, science, technology, and innovation comes or is part and parcel that's supposed to address the roadmap, the progression roadmap in terms of attaining the RBM. And again, of course, as we said, is we can't see. You can hear. Sorry. There was there was an internet. I think there was a breakdown somewhere, but I believe now you can hear me. Yeah, thank you. I've confirmed you can hear me. Sorry for that. I think we had a small challenge on our side in terms of connectivity, but I think it is certain. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As I was saying, to summarize this, science technology, research, science technology, innovation is a tool for national development. And I was just giving an example. When you talk about Vision 2030, when you talk about better, the 5 pillars within better, when you talk about MTP4, basically, when you talk about, because development of your strategic plans, for example, you're supposed to align with all those tools for national development. You're supposed to align with all the blueprint for the country. You're supposed to align with the agenda of the government of the day and all that. And with that alignment, then that means then we can be able to integrate this to be part and parcel of what we're implementing as MDAs. I don't know whether you can see this well. Let me just try to change. Yes, good. So basically what you have there, that is a matrix for non-commercial state corporations. Of course, the difference between the non-commercial and commercial is minimal. It's more on some of the indicators that you have. But basically, if you have to comment on it across board, you realize that when you do financial stewardship and service financial stewardship, this is where we are talking about the approved budget. This is where you are developing your budget, and of course, you're putting the parameters to ensure that the developed budget or the approved budget is utilized as it is supposed to. So basically, the next is service delivery. If you look at it, we want to bring the rationale in terms of having science, technology, and innovation as an indicator. Service delivery basically is that realization that we serve the public, and indeed we are supposed to offer. We exist to serve the public, to offer a good service or to have service delivery to the citizens. The next one is under core mandate, and that's where I wanted us to look at. Sorry, it's not changing. Yes, good. I wanted us to look at the core mandate. When we look at the core mandate, we are addressing issues of better. We are addressing issues of Vision 2030 flagship project, other national priorities, and of course programs and projects aligned to SDGs, and then Agenda 2063 and SPS. SPS stands for Sector Performance Standards, and this is where we basically get indicators that cut across. And if you remember well, in the journey of performance contracting, we used to have R&D as part of one of the indicators used to borrow from SPS. And what we are saying is that a keen look at this. This guides us in terms of what we are supposed to have and our core mandate. Better because that is the government agenda of the day. Vision 2030, of course, that is the that-year plan. And we are actualizing Vision 2030 through MTP4, even if it's not included. And you realize that, as I said, if then we are talking about Vision 2030, if we are talking about better, if we are talking about MTP4, other national priorities, these are your other indicators that, of course, they are within your strategic plan that are not covered among those two I've talked about, then you include them. So basically, there is that emphasis, and within it, that's where we have science, technology, and innovation, taking us a weight of 2, and of course, having a target of 100%. So science, technology, innovation, as I said, to most of you who have been using SPS before, who are very much aware on how we used to implement indicators under SPS, realize that under it we used to have R&D. But now R&D is part and the parcel of what should be happening within science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming. So basically that's where we have the indicator, meaning as you plan up there, as you set your budget up there, as you have the approved budget for actualization of the activities within your PC, then that means you need to have structured, or you need to have allocated resources for you to be able to actualize your all indicators, including science, technology, and innovation. The rest, of course, are indicators that you normally find within the matrix. And this, of course, cut across to the matrix, whether commercial or non-commercial. So basically, on 2023, 2024, what are the expectations? What are you expecting to do as an MDA? This since as from 2021, 2022, from 18th cycle, this requirement has always been there, but it's only in 18th cycle, 19th cycle, in 19th cycle and 20th cycle, where it is not scored, but it's mandatory. This is part of information. You are supposed to undertake this for you to be able to implement the indicator. So you either appoint a focal person, or reappoint, depending with the situation. If you are coming on board for the first time, you reappoint. or appoint. And of course, it is expected that once a focal person is appointed and champions, then you constitute an STI mainstreaming committee for your institution, whereby the focal person is the chair of that committee. That is the best practice, so that you are able to articulate or to implement effectively and efficiently the indicator and the expectations of this indicator on science, technology, and innovation. So it is a first requirement. You are supposed to be appointed. You need to have a letter of appointment, and the same for focal person and champion, so that we can now talk about implementing this indicator. What are the roles of focal person? Ideally, is overall coordinator of the indicator as per the guidelines. He provides support for various levels in their respective institution towards implementation of this indicator. You plan and ensure sensitization and capacity building, as we are doing today in a cost to ROI's schedule a sensitization every quarter to MDAs. And on top of this, as focal person, you can also, if you feel in terms of adequacy and sufficiency, if you realize that you need more, then you can always request in a cost for more on this, and this can be customized to the respective institution or to the MDA. It can be customized for you, so there is always that door. Coordinate the development and implementation of strategy. Remember, the next thing that you do, either you'll be developing or you'll be implementing the strategy if you have already developed. So again, it is the role of the focal person to coordinate that, establish and implement monitoring and evaluation. Later, we'll be talking about what is the best practice in terms of monitoring and evaluation of this indicator in relation, or bearing in mind that also you're implementing other indicators, some that are outside the cross-cutting indicators in terms of specialized agencies. Then again, it is the role of the focal person to ensure that you promote collaboration, partnership, and networking to stakeholders, of course. And this is critical because you realize, again, there are areas that you need to collaborate, the areas of partnership. So it is the role of the focal person to guide in that. Promote STI in business processes within your MDA, within your institution, and of course ensure quarterly reports are submitted as per the guidelines. You realize one of the challenges that we'll be canvassing later is the challenge of timely submission of report. The guidelines have pronounced themselves very clearly in terms of the matter submission of PC indicators. I mean PC report. So basically, it's the end. It's 15th day after the end of the quarter. That is for quarter report, and of course the same at the end of the financial year when within the fourth quarter. So basically the guidelines are critical. Again, it's good to note that the 20th cycle performance contracting guidelines have given, if you don't comply, automatically you'll be surcharged. In other words, within the cumulative score, you'll lose around 0.05 of your score, and that's quite weighty. So the point is, you need to ensure you comply accordingly and do what's supposed to be done. Submit on timelines, on stated timelines. The qualification for consideration is that the focal person should be either in top or mid level management, and of course conversant with matters research, science, technology, and innovation. We need someone at a point where, of course, you can be able to coordinate, where you can be able to both address your peers and below the rank and up the rank comfortably, so that you can be able to converse matters, science, research, science, technology, and innovation across the institution without a lot of challenges. The next is the champion. Of course, the focal person should be one ideally, and we encourage that institutions should have just one focal person for effective and efficient implementation. But for the champions, you can have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can have as many depending with the uniqueness of your institution. In other words, champions are appointed to address the concerns of the smallest unit within the institution, so department. So we expect, for example, department to be represented as you appoint your champion, so that they can be able to converse. You realize that if you look at the reporting process for this indicator, you need participants or members from different departments to effectively and efficiently be able to deliver or to report and give the information that is needed. So basically, champions ensure day-to-day implementation. They facilitate cascading of indicator within their areas, because there are various process owners within the institution. So it is the role of the champions to ensure that they are able to converse that, they're able to engage at that lower level. They prepare and forward quarterly reports. So when we talk about compliance with timelines, or maybe submitting our report based with the required timelines, it means that the champions, sorry, you can hear me? Sorry, we are still on that challenge, but I'm happy we are back. So I'm simply saying for champions, you help in terms of compliance. In other words, you help in terms of ensuring that your institution reports are done timely, meaning that as you prepare on time so that the focal person can also have time to prepare the final report. In other words, as you meet as a committee, as STI, as I said, you, the champions, and the focal person constitute an STI committee for the institution. So as you sit down to prepare your report, then it means you as a champion, you need to have prepared yours on time so that also the final report can be prepared on time. That is very, very critical. You provide the required information in terms of evaluation. That is within summation of documentary evidence, basically. You undertake continuous monitoring and evaluation at your role. You ensure continued STI capacity building and sensitization within within your area, so that as we build your capacity today, we expect you also to take the same and build capacity of your respective area, so that we can talk about, that's what we mean by mainstreaming. We mainstream it when we bring everyone on board, when everyone knows exactly what needs to be done. And basically, again, as we said, as you do like reporting, because this is where an area that we have a lot of challenges, if you liaise with performance contracting department or the coordinator or the person in charge of PC, who normally does the report of other indicators, then also it becomes very, very, very easy for you to ensure compliance, because you're complying also in other areas. And that way, someone involved in PC should also be should be a champion, so that he can be able to help implementation of this indicator. You promote activities within the institution, STI related activities. What's the requirement? The critical requirement for a champion is basically you need to have passion, ability to champion and transform others. So basically, I know as institutions, we have champions for many things that are happening. We have a lot of, in terms of change management, we have so many things happening in the institution or being implemented, and at all times, we will always have champions. So basically, the attribute is that you should be someone to transform, to lobby, and ensure you're able to bring others on board in matters of science, technology, and innovation. What is the scope? The scope, basically, as long as you're contributing to Vision 2030, as long as you have a role, since we said RSTI is an enabler, number 2 for Vision 2030, then you have a role, everyone, depending with our various roles, we need to contribute in matters, research, science, technology, and innovation. This is very important because a keen look at your mandate. Sometimes we used to have a challenge with most of MDA saying that probably we don't have research, science, technology, and innovation, or maybe you say we don't have research, but it goes beyond research. It is science, technology, and innovation. So it's a question of looking at your mandate and see where do we contribute in that? Are we contributing in Vision 2030? Yes, how? Then how are we using the enabler number 2 to help us achieve that bigger perspective, or to have that global picture? How do we attain our vision, our mandate as an institution through this enabler? How is the enabler contributing? And within that, I'm very sure you'll be able to find where you belong. For 2023-2024, the indicator, depending on your level, you are supposed, as I said earlier, to appoint or reappoint both the focal person and champions, and ensure critically that they are trained. They need to be trained because if, for example, you're implementing your STI strategy, you need to know how to do it. Or if you're developing, then you need to be guided well. And again, I said this training could be anytime you request in a course, you can participate like trainings for free, the ones we are doing now, or you can also request for a course to have a customized training for your institution, because we are in different levels. Most of MDAs, we have MDAs that have already developed their STI strategy. They are now implementing. We have others that are now developing their STI strategy. So based with the level that we are in, you can always request in a cost, and you can always be facilitated. You can always be helped. Number 1, we are expecting to develop your STI strategy for the ones that you are coming on board for the first time, or implement what you have already developed. So it depends. It depends with where you choose it, based with where you are. Again, you develop and implement STI mainstreaming annual work plan for institutional STI mainstreaming. In other words, we are saying you develop your STI, you develop your work plan. Your work plan actualizes either It shows your plan in terms of developing your STI strategy, or basically, again, it will tell us in terms of the STI strategy that you have developed, how do you intend, what are you giving priority in terms of implementing for first year, second year, third year, moving forward, so that progressively you're implementing your STI strategy. And the matrix and basically the roadmap is guided by what you are choosing from your STI strategy. So again, it depends with the level that you are in. That's exactly what you'll be doing. But everyone has a role in annual work plan, because in whichever way you must be planning, whether you don't have an STI strategy, still you need to develop an annual work plan to tell us the journey that you need to work towards achieving the same, towards achieving your STI strategy and doing and attaining other aspirations of this indicator. Of course, lastly is to submit your quarterly and final report, that is basically the fourth quarter, to NACOST using the STI mainstreaming. The template is provided and will be taken through again. We used from the experience from 18th cycle implementation up to now, for 20th cycle performance contract guidelines, or this financial year, there is a lot of improvement that has been done to ensure that you smoothly, or you have an easy time in terms of in terms of submission of your report. The process has been automated. It will be presented to you. It has been, we used to have concerns from MDAs in terms of the process of submission of reports, whether quarterly or mostly quarterly, and that was taken on, NACOST has taken that. They have automated the process. They have reduced the number of templates that you need, the tables basically, and many other things have happened, and I'm happy you'll be able to hear today what are some of the changes that have been undertaken to ensure that you have an easy time in terms of reporting, so that it is effective, it is efficient, and of course you do it in a manner that helps you attain your main objective. So that has been done, and there will be a presentation today on the same. In terms of mainstreaming, that's just a summary. When you talk about STI mainstreaming, we put this in mind that we are implementing other indicators, the way we have gender mainstreaming, for example, the way we used to have gender or even disability and such. But basically for STI mainstreaming, because we have said it's an enabler within Vision 2030. So all your planning documents, starting with your strategic plan, I know you have already harmonized it. All institutions are harmonizing their strategic plans with the agenda of the government of the day. Better basically actualizes MTP4, and the MTP4 actualizes implementation of Vision 2030. So basically, we need to get it right there. So as you review your strategic plans, as you develop your new plans, strategic plans, then you need to integrate, you need to segregate and input matters, research, science, technology, and innovation through your strategic plans. That, of course, is developed into your annual work plans. Then we have the annual or corporate work plans. Then we have your PCs, your performance contract, of course, which is an output or which is developed from your work plans. And then we have the guidelines that guide us. We have the system where we report, and the reporting, we have the midterm evaluation, we have self-evaluation and all that. So basically we need to integrate, as we talk about mainstreaming, we need to ensure matter science, technology, and innovation are integrated within our wider planning. In summary, what are some of the best, as you said again, we need to borrow experiences as MDAs, or now we can have an effective and efficient implementation of this indicator, so that one, we can also achieve the benefit of this indicator. Away from getting a good score, we could also be able to feel the impact within our institutions to benefit from the intended benefits of implementing science, technology, and innovation. So number one, utilize the current existing established system in terms of PC reporting. We agree we are not starting from vacuum. Already we have established our PC reporting systems as institutions, and so we can borrow as we do implement, as we do monitoring and evaluation for science, technology, and innovation, as you do for other indicators. That becomes a powerful point of view to start. And then number two, the focal person and champion should form STI mainstreaming committee. I talked about it. The moment we have appointed the focal person, and to appoint, of course, it means there is a letter to indicate that. There is a letter indicating the champions have been appointed. So there is a need to have that STI mainstreaming committee with the focal person as the chair. So this helps basically when we talk about mainstreaming of this indicator within the MDA, then again, we find it becomes more effective and easy when we have STI mainstreaming committee. And remember, we said champions should come across, depending with the institution, ensure all the departments are represented as champions, so that when the committee sit, it is a true reflection of the composition, in terms of composition, for what the MDA is all about, so that all the mandates, all the areas of the MDA are covered. Quick replacement, most of the time we have found we have focal persons who are moving from one organization to another, they're exiting the organization, and even the champions, or sometimes we may have a gap where we don't have champions and all that. Ensure that is replaced quickly, and of course inform the cost. You should substantively, because the time you're reporting, you need to indicate the focal person and champion and attach the appointment letters. Develop the work plan, start early development of STA strategy. So if, for example, you don't have an STA strategy, you are starting, the starting point, of course, is to have the work plan, indicate within the work plan how you want to achieve that, and then start early the process. You can start the process of STI development, strategy development, by you can request NACOST for capacity building. NACOST will always do that. They will help you so that you can start on a good note and you can be able to start. For them that are implementing the STI strategy, you need also now for this year, if you started last year, you had the STI strategy. The second year, you need also to segregate or to identify what you need to implement for this year. If your STI strategy is running for 3 years or 5 years, then each year you need whatever you scheduled for implementation for the year 2023, 2024. You need to identify that. You need to agree with the STI mainstreaming committee, and of course now indicate that in your work plan. Ensure continuous capacity building. This is critical, again, so that all members, we are the same level in terms of understanding of what needs to be done. As I said, again, you can always participate in a cost-free sensitization schedule, or schedules that, sensitization that are undertaken by NACOST on quarterly basis. It can be a good point for you to start from, but you can also request. It can be demand-driven. You can request where you feel you need more, or probably you need more clarification and assistance in terms of proper and better implementation of this indicator. Implement and keep documentary evidence. Anything that you do, remember you'll be submitting evidence. As you submit your quarterly report, it will be expected of you to have the documentary evidence. Please keep the same. Keep documentary evidence on continuous basis so that can be able to support your reporting. On monitoring and evaluation, I'll just say that this indicator, as you report it, as I said, there will be a presentation on how to report. NACOST has made it easy for you in terms of automating the process, reducing, like for most of us who reported in 18 cycle, a 19 cycle find a huge difference when you're reporting for 20th cycle performance contracting guidelines. So basically, we are saying operate within 15 days after the end of the quarter. The guidelines have pronounced themselves on that, and you'll always be getting your report from NACOST feedback after the 15th day once you have reported. Quarterly, ensure that quarter reports you are able to give, and this is very critical, the information that you are submitting to NACOST on quarterly basis. Ensure it is credible, it is valid, it is the right information. And that's why there is always that request to have the CEO sign the submission, the letter of submission, to ensure that whatever you are giving is a true reflection of what is expected. And since most of you have implemented 9001-2015, you know it is a requirement to observe input-output relationship to ensure that the requirement of the input and output meet the specified conditions. And here, of course, is that your output as an MDA becomes an input to NACOST. You can imagine if you have a wrong output, because NACOST is also using your input to produce another output for someone else, for the whole country, for other stakeholders. So we need to ensure credibility of the data. We need to ensure that we're giving the right information as much as possible in the tables, or probably in all the areas that we expect them to do so. Reporting process is automated. I talked about that. And all the documents you need for reporting are posted in NACOST websites. You can go to the website, you'll find the template, you'll find all what you need in terms of knowing what needs to be done. One of the challenge that came out in the process of implementation, and which is being addressed as we move forward, is low budget allocation and actualization of 2%. You realize sometimes we may not have allocated sufficient, but when you look at the expenditure in the areas related to research, science, technology, and innovation, there's a lot of expenditure in that area. So we are saying when you are reporting, you should always look at the expenditure. And I know your finance department will help you identify this. You realize you're actually spending, most of MDAs are really spending in the area of research, science, technology, and innovation. So that is one of the ways to capture that, ensure you capture all the spending related to that. And you'll be shocked that most of that spending is actually above what was committed. So again, in terms of as we plan within our core mandate for our activities, let us also allocate, let's be purposeful. I mean, let us commit resources to ensure actualization of research, science, technology, and innovation, and steady funding. Again, this always, of course, funding will never be sufficient all the time. But the point is that as whatever funding that we have, we should always focus and ask ourselves, because STI, research, science, technology, and innovation, is an enabler for attainment of Vision 2030. Then what are we putting? What are we putting on board to ensure that we're able to attain inadequate infrastructure? Again, we realize most of us are in different phases. We are different in terms of our mandate and all that. So some of us, sometimes depending, and when it comes to report on this area, there is no crime to say that within the quarter, you didn't have a certain infrastructure. It's not a crime, because at the end of the day, you report based with what you have. And again, this is an area, depending with your mandate, and depending with where you come from, it may be inadequate, but you realize we are reporting beyond the infrastructure. We are reporting other aspects that are outside the infrastructure, meaning you may not lose. Looking at the major issues of non-compliance, when you look at MDAs and what they've been submitting, basically we have compiled a summary that shows the areas that we need to address as MDAs. Most of us and these issues, non-submission of quarterly report, you find an MDA didn't submit the report, even when they have already committed the indicator. We encourage you to ensure that you submit the report on timely basis, because the guidelines are very clear on what needs to be done, what is submission deadlines, and what happens in case you submit outside the deadlines. That is already canvassed. So let's ensure that we work within the guidelines, the 20 cycle guidelines. Let's comply this year with the 20 cycle guidelines for all MDAs, and I believe this will not be an issue. Late submission again is not even non-compliance with what NACOST is requesting. It's actually non-compliance with both 18 and 19 cycle performance contract guidelines. What are we saying? Let's comply with the guidelines. The guidelines are very clear. The guidelines are very clear. They have indicated when are we supposed to submit. It is 15 days after the end of the quarter. Let's ensure the same. Incomplete submission, again, is another issue. You realize you're submitting, but you don't give all the information. One way, of course, as I said earlier, is incomplete submission means we don't have the entire data. Meaning for us to make any decision, meaning to use the same information to help you as an MDA, then the NACOST to not be able to do that. Let's give the right data. And maybe again, we had 14 tables before when you are submitting, when we are reporting. But these have been reduced to 7. These have been reduced substantively, and you'll be able to see that. And that indeed now makes your work easier. You'll be able to report on time. You'll be able now to have lesser workload, and the process is also automated. So since those efforts have been put in place, we expect you to declare and ensure that indeed you give complete information. Failure to provide evidence of appointment of focal person. Again, as I said, a focal person and champion should be appointed. So we expect you, this is the first thing you expected in reporting, to forward the letter of appointment of both. Please, this should not be an issue because you request for the appointment, then upload, as simple as that. Failure to attach copy of STI streaming work plan. Again, as I said earlier, you need to you need to attach the copy of STI streaming work plan signed by the CU. Not only this, if also you have done your STI strategy, it's the same thing. You need to upload the same. Why it is important for work plan to be signed by the CEO? Because again, remember, you need budgetary allocation for you to implement those activities. The budget comes outside your committee. You get it from the CEOs. It is the CEO's responsibility to ensure adequate and sufficient allocation of resources. Please look at your KMS. clause 6 of the standard is very clear. It is the responsibility of the top management to ensure resources are available. That is the commitment of the standard, and I know most of you have implemented. So basically, ensure the CEO signs for that commitment. Failure to complete the reporting tool in prescribed format. Don't put your own tables. Don't report outside what is expected. Just report exactly based with the provided template. And that makes it easier, because remember, as you submit, someone will need to evaluate and analyze you need to analyze what you have already submitted to give you feedback. And if the process is automated, you can just imagine if you don't use the prescribed format. If you use another format, then analysis and giving you a feedback is also affected. So quickly, sorry, it's not just a minute. Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry. Failure to provide information on research and development expenditure. I think will be taken through around this. Again, this table has been actually revised to help you understand. To just have your approved budget. The next thing, once you have the approved budget, is what constitutes your approved budget. Is it development? You have both the development and the current. You indicate what you have. And the next thing is what are you allocating for research and development? You just indicate. The next thing is the actual for the first quarter. How much did you spend for second quarter up to the cumulative of the whole quarter? So the point is, this has already been revised for you and made very easy. Failure to provide information on collaborative research, science, technology, and innovation. Again, on programs and projects, we had a challenge on it. Again, this has been easy for you. So we hope that moving forward, it will no longer be a challenge. You'll be able to do what is expected. Failure to provide consistent information on human resource. Again, that template, you just need to give HR as a committee, and HR will fill for you. Who will tell you what numbers, who is where. And that's because it's in-post staff, then you'll be able to get the information. Failure to duly fill table 5. Again, you'll be taken through it. Failure to duly fill table 9 on dissemination of research, technology, innovation, and product and services, research output, basically. And again, we said it's not a crime. If first quarter you didn't have any, there is no crime of saying you didn't have. There is no crime of not indicating. But at the end of the day, we realize again, we didn't fill the table. For us, of course, if those activities happen within that period of time. Summation of blank Excel sheet and document that we cannot retrieve. Again, please don't submit blank Excel sheet. The direction, it is very clear what you need to put. They are very indicative. So we expect you to comply. So these are some of the challenges. We expect you, as the presentation reporting is done, because you'll be able to look deeply at these tables. Then, of course, if you have any issue, you have any question still, you can always raise it and you'll be assisted. Gains. One of the gain for this indicator, of course, is the formation of a STI mainstreaming committee that ensures continuous capacity building. In other words, capacity building is always on continuous basis. And this indeed has helped most of MDAs probably to develop the STI strategies, others to implement the indicator. And that also helps most of MDAs to look at their mandate and see where the role they play in matter science, technology, and innovation. So that has been taken care of. And infusing efficiency and effectiveness in implementation has taken place, and indeed that is really good for MDAs because you're able to implement. The next slide, basically, these are summaries of the feedback from MDAs. As you see, it's a very good feedback in terms of what has been happening, and we encourage you to use these sensitizations to learn as much as possible, to get as much information as possible, so that you have an effective and efficient implementation of this indicator. With that, I wish to end. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. We request that you use the chat or question and answers to shoot your questions there. And then after the entire presentation, so that you can manage time, we'll be able to answer, and then there will be an open session where you can always ask your question. So I request, in case you have any question for my presentation, please put it in questions and answer. You can bring it out in chat, and we shall be able to respond. Thank you so much, and God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Javan, for a very elaborate session. Distinguished participant, I think at this juncture, seek your indulgence. We break for a healthy 10 minutes or so that now is 13 minutes past 10. If you agree, we could take a 10-minute break. Then we resume 23 minutes past 10. And hopefully we will get the Director General to give his presentation then. But to advise accordingly once we get there. Again, what Javan has just indicated, kindly keep on putting your comments, your question, and your suggestion on the chat. We should be able to make effort to respond accordingly. Thank you so much for your patience and registration in numbers. Santeni. Yes, good morning once again. Please welcome to the second part of this presentation. Allow me to share some few ideas around the institutional strategy. This was a part of our program. What we'll do, the Director General, again, as I said, will come much later, but I want to speak to this important aspect because this is important for us to institutionalize the STI strategy within our institution. And again, a number of you have been able to successfully develop your institutional STI strategy and the implementation there. So should you have some aspect for those who have developed, you could be able to raise challenges therein. For those who are coming for the first time, I'll just run the template, then to give you some basis as to how we're going to proceed in terms of this. This is a very critical document because this is what helps us mainstream STI across our programs and activities. So briefly, just to put it into context, we are agreeing that for us to entrench STI within our programs and activities, it would be very important for each and every institution to really customize their strategy around their priorities and mandates. Because again, what we are saying, developing institutional STI strategy, it has to be guided by your mandate, by your strategic plans and other priorities, but with a bias to emphasizing how we are going to harness the potential of science, technology, and innovation. So in that clear what is expected, and also what the German had shared earlier, this is one of the aspects that you expected in this indicator for this financial year, is to develop the framework, the institutional STI strategy as a framework and action plans around how we're going to implement this. So just to share a few thoughts, and this is only for the purpose for us to appreciate if the data for last financial year, we had a total of 273 institutions that have already reporting, already on this platform, performance contract. So again, once again to say thank you, because under the state cooperation and Sagas, you are 96 of you. A big thank you for taking these bold steps that we can walk together along this journey. For those who are coming on board, be encouraged. Your other counterparts are already on board, and this is doable, and we are going to do it together. We are looking forward to have everybody on board. So in regard to the STI strategy, in terms of the development and the implementation thereof, out of the 273, those who are participating last year, we are glad to note at least 191 already have this strategy developed at the institution on their own or through the support of other resource persons. But we have a number of them, about 82 of them, who don't have the strategy. So again, it's not a crime not to have. Again, it's a journey, and that's why I just want to paint this picture. But we agree, we already have a number of institutions that we need to speak to. We need to walk around this journey together. And those who are coming on board, you're also welcome, that we can boost these numbers. So for state cooperation specifically, out of 96 of you, we are very glad. 64 of the state cooperation already have developed this STI strategy. 32 of you are yet to develop, in addition to those who are coming on board. Again, even the other aspect of the IP policy, I've also realized for state cooperation, about 25% of you have only managed to do the STI IP policy. IP policy may not be a really big issue because, again, it depends on your mandate and your function, but it is a very important aspect for us to mainstream STI. So these numbers just speaks to the journey we are walking. And again, to appreciate it, because this is a commitment that you have made, and we want to appreciate that in a big way. But just in a nutshell, just want to take the next few minutes just to share this template as an overview. Again, this template is in an Acosti website that you can use. It's customized so that we have uniformity across. So we have thought through and thought this could be one of the best way for us to entrench science, technology, and innovation across in a uniform way. So this template has 5 chapters, just to make it simple and straightforward. Chapter 1 of this template, again, you will find a detailed one, which is even in MS Word in our website, that has more examples and that will guide you. But chapter 1 only deal with production. And again, introduction, these are straightforward info, a background about your state corporation. For those who are coming on board to do this strategy, you are only required in chapter 1 to bring the specific info about your specific background, so that anybody who reads the document can be able to see which agency mandate, the legal framework around there, and which kind of the category of the organization that you learn. And then they categorize some of the matters that are related to STI. So again, what I'm saying, background for this chapter is straightforward. It's all what exists in your document. Chapter 2, again, this also speaks to your internal analysis, because you are doing the SWOT analysis. So chapter 2, you are just doing the situational analysis in your state corporation, with a clear bias to science, technology, and innovation aspects. Because again, you have your strategic plan, the document that guide your institutions. But here we want to look at that document in terms of the SWOT, because you are looking at inward analysis with a bias to STI. What are your strengths in regard to science, technology, and innovation aspects? What will be your weaknesses around there? So don't worry so much about the examples given there. These are just a guide. But if you look at your strategic plan, has this chapter or this analysis. So we are only picking things that are very relevant to the science, technology, and innovation aspects around there. Again, chapter 2 will be very straightforward, because you already know your strength. You know if there are any other opportunities that are there. Like our national development plan, the better agenda. Are there opportunities in there for these state agencies to contribute in regard to science and technology and innovation promotion? Could there be weaknesses around your institution in regard to STI? Yes, perhaps issues with issues of funding, personnel, and all those in terms of the staffing level. Those are the things we are saying with a bias to science, technology, and innovation. Again, a very straightforward chapter for you to do, but to recast the document in that perspective. Chapter 3 for this STI strategy, the framework we are using in terms of this template is been designed to have a number of subsections. But the first 2-3 sections, they are straightforward, because the strategic orientation. Again, even your strategic plan guides here, because you're talking about the vision, mission, core values. You're not crafting any for the strategy. You're using institutional or mission and vision. Because this document, as I said earlier, it speaks to your mandates. It speaks to your priorities within your plans. But now want to elevate science, technology, and innovation to that next level, and also have it mainstream. So in terms of the first section for these, we'll have objectives, but objectives, we will create them from the strategy. Because definitely for us to have the strategy, we need to have some objectives that will guide us around those. Guiding principles, we are asking that the document has to recast the document in terms of, along some actionable principles. Those are guiding principles, because the document, again, has to be guided by the national priorities, constitution, and all that. And even it speaks also to regional agenda, because all these state agencies will exist within a certain context. You don't need to give the context around that document. So chapter 3 is where you need to really have a serious thinking, because you're crafting the strategy along these strategic issues. So as a country, we thought that we could have strategic issues around what we can develop our strategies. And you realize even at national level, even our strategic plan are normally develop along these strategic issues. And one of the strategic issues we would wish to have SDA strategy anchored is the issues to do with the human resource development, issues to do with infrastructure around your institutions, but infrastructure to support STI, science, technology, and innovation. We're talking about a key strategic issue for your institution and for the country as a funding issue. How are we going to do to increase investment around the research, science, technology, and innovation? Again, we are not talking about research so that you don't constrain yourself. We're talking about the whole spectrum, research, science, technology, and innovation, RSTI. That gives the broader perspective that we are talking about investment across all that platform. And you realize all your institutions have one aspect or the other to do with that. Collaboration and partnership around the RSTI space again. Each and every institution, this is a very important aspect for you to strengthen. You need partners, you need collaborators to make some progress along your mandate and within your resources. Technology development, the issues of innovation will come in there, different institutions, because of different perspectives, you also realize it could be important. STI advocacy, this is just creating the awareness out there. We always have these programs. So gender mainstreaming and then the issues of training and research. These are strategic issues that are important for a country, that are important for your institutions, and are even important at individual levels. So we will craft our strategies around these issues, but you're not restricted to do them at the 8 issues, but for the purpose of this STI indicator, this is what we are guiding, but you are free to add any other. So in terms of the layout of how the strategy would look like, this is only to give the layout and some of those very high level or very general guides. They are not specifically to your mandate, to your institutions, but these are very general layout. Of course, even as we interact with your strategy plan, it's the same model. But for us, the first column, we are putting strategic issues, the 8 of them that I've just enumerated above there. The second column, you want to create some objectives, what will help you attain this strategic issue. And the final column, we want to create strategies, the STI strategies, some of the things that you're going to do, some of the things you're going to prioritize. And these are some of the things that are doable within a period of 5 years. If it's going to run along your strategy plan or a 3-year document that is going. So these are doable things that you are able to put resources and able to attain that. For an example, human resource development, you're saying one of your objective around there to enhance that would be to enhance the quality and capacity of human resource. Using that as an example, you could be having more strategies. And again, this is a document that Costi is always on standby. We should be able to work with you, guide you around this. Because as I opened within my open remarks, we said we want to make it easy as much as possible. So the strategy we are crafting is now what help us attain our objective. You all understand that perhaps some of the strategy you could come up around that is to increase the number of personnel, which is measurable. Could be percent, could be by education or qualification, and so could be that you are putting mechanism around there to attract and maintain a qualified staff. So we are just using those as an example, some of the strategies you could come up with. And I want you to really appreciate that this is a document that is giving you an edge in terms of you as an institution or as focal person and champions to articulate and advance your strategic plans. Because once you get this right, you should be able to accelerate attainment of your vision of your plans, or what you had envisioned in your strategic plans. Sequentially, that is the idea. Infrastructure, craft your objectives. What could be the objective around there? Could be one or several. An example, perhaps, is to enhance and strengthen the RSTI infrastructure. because that will be very important for everybody, for every institution. You could wish or you aspire to strengthen that. Again, then you look at what could be some of the relevant strategies that you can craft around that. Perhaps is to improve the status of your infrastructure. Perhaps is to have a strategy to deliberately allocate more resources for infrastructure expansion. These are just examples, but the key thing is that the strategic issues that are guiding us that should be similar across all the MDAs, but the strategies you craft, those give you an edge in terms of your institution and what is more relevant to you. Funding, investment, we always agree this is a priority areas for us as a country. So what we are saying, one of the clear objectives we could deliberately craft as an objective is mechanism to help us increase resource mobilization with a view of increasing the investment. Because see, even what the earlier speaker had said, even the National Treasury is very clear that we want to deliberately increase our percentage of investment in terms of the budget allocation in R&D, for the obvious reason of how R&D is important for us as a country. So those could be some of your strategies, and you can craft around there for deliberate efforts to increase investment in funding of R&D. And again, R&D is very broad, so that you don't view it as just resources for research. It's for all those aspects to do with the technology transfer and acquisition, development, and across all that. So that are very strategic issues. So I just wanted to really pay key attention to the strategic issue that we really advocating for you to develop your strategies along. Strategy number 4 is strategic issues. Number 4, the issues of the awareness, but with a specific and a bias to promote awareness of STI. Why? Because of what we are saying, how science, technology, and innovation is important for us as a country and for us as an institution. Some of the strategy you could craft around there, some of the things that speaks to your mandate, that speaks to your functions. You could promote advocacy through those conferences, exhibitions, and the like, through engagement, the private sector, county government, and all that, because we live in that space. So what are the mechanisms you are going to put in place to promote advocacy? Education, training, and research. This is, again, is a very broad area, but a very important aspect, very important strategic issue for the country. So we want institutions to craft some of the strategies around there that can help us advance that. Perhaps yours could be developing mechanism for reward and achievement in research within the institution based on your mandate. So those some of the examples we are just putting in there, not to say that you should be able to do that, but just to guide sequentially all the way from strategic issue number 1 up to number 8, not organizing them in any order of priority, but just listing them for us to appreciate. Technology transfer and development, the issues of innovation comes around there. That's why I had mentioned about the issues of IP policy. If you are in the space of technology development, definitely you need intellectual property rights to increase innovation and encourage commercialization. Just as examples, but in regard to what your institution is mandated to do, the space around the technology development, that you're free to craft some of the strategy. So it is a straightforward document because it has to speak to your mandate and your function. I need to keep on emphasizing that, just to avoid where you could think that we are encouraging you to do things that will be outside your function. Same thing, collaborations. What are some of the objectives you may wish to craft to strengthen the collaboration and partnership? What are some of the strategies or the actions that you're going to take to strengthen collaboration and partnership? That is the spirit of the document. Gender mainstreaming the same. What are some of the things? And any other that you could wish to promote. So this is chapter 3. Chapter 3 gives that framework for you to develop the strategies along those strategic issues. So chapter 4 now, ladies and gentlemen, just like in your strategy plan where you have implementation matrix, because once you craft those strategies up there, you need a matrix that will help you in implementation, in monitoring and measuring what you're able to do. So if the layout for chapter 4, which is purely this implementation matrix, we just want you to, against your strategic issues, now you bring down your strategies. Column 2, we bring you down the strategies that you have crafted up there, and then generate now the ways how you're going to map out and measure what will be the expected result for the strategy that you have created. What will be the performance indicator for you to see how you're performing? If, for example, in human resource development, if your strategy was to increase personnel, what will be the expected results, those percentage increment over the next 3 or 5 years? What will be the performance indicator around that, so that you're able to know, are you on track? Were you able to achieve perhaps the number recruited? Means of verification. This is a simple, it is adopted from your strategy plans, how you just implement and how you measure. And then estimated cost, that one, because we are saying you are operating within the space of your development plans, you should be able to be guided. What are the estimated or the approximate resource projection within your strategic plans for you to estimate this. Again, you need to celebrate this document, because this will help you even attain or accelerate attainment of your strategy plan, because you are cascading them downwards to the program and activity levels. So that speaks out chapter 4, because all the strategy, you need to have that layout and that mapping. Chapter 5 and the final chapter of this document in our strategy, in our framework that we are giving, in terms of this template, is monitoring and evaluation. Again, this is it speaks to your internal procedures of monitoring and evaluation. You have your internal mechanism of money, and also you have internal mechanism for review of documents. How often do you review your strategic plans? How often do you review your other policy document? And then how often do you do the reporting, the evaluations, and the likes? So this chapter, again, it just uplift what is in your strategic plans, and you customize for this strategy, because you don't want to reinvent the wheel, whereas you already have the procedures of how your institution carry out these businesses. So that is the chapter 5. Just to conclude this, just saying that why we are making all these efforts is because we know there will be challenges along, and this is why we are saying, as focal persons and champions, we want to make it simpler for you, because definitely your major role that you have to play in STI mainstreaming. But of course, this will be for the greater good, because you are accelerating the attainment of the national goals and priorities. So the COSTI is deliberately making and committing this quarterly sensitization. These are free for all every quarter, just to address your concerns. Demand-driven in-person training. Those one, if should you require in-person assistance to do that, the opportunities are there, the doors are open. Again, as in response, because we want to be proactive in response to your request, we have simplified and re-engineered the tools so that to make the reporting easier. And again, we are going further to developing some of certification modules. This is to take this process to the next level. Again, not a burden to you, but on voluntary basis. Those who will be willing to go for those certification modules. These are some of the things I'm very sure my Director General will elaborate further, but there are more opportunities for us to really articulate the issues of STI across our institution. So, ladies and gentlemen, I thought I should share that, just to recast that strategy, the template for the STI strategy, but again, to appreciate those who have walked the journey and encourage those who are in the process, that we should be able to work together, consult each other, and help each other. So thank you so much for that. Again, I would still approach that way so that we manage the time well. I invite my colleague, Cyrus Kamau, to help us now see and to actually appreciate how we are going to do this now in terms of the reporting. And remember, reporting is very critical and important for you because it's a commitment in the PC that you should be able to be reporting every quarter. How will you be reporting? What are the tool lists? So Cyrus, I think I would give you the floor. Perhaps you could run that through. Again, any issues, comment around this topic, kindly put on the wall. We should be able to endeavor to respond quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Allow me as I get to share my screen to continue the presentation. Good morning, everyone, and thank you. My name is Saras Kamau from Nakosti. I'll be taking you through the reporting tool. And before maybe to start with the basics for those who are starting with us, yeah, I would want to start possibly from the websites. Allow me to start there for the various aspects that you could view groups coming in. So the reporting tool is basically found within the Nakosti website. Just go to nakosti.go.ke. So within the website, there are provided two link areas where you're able to access. The website, there is this place where you are getting, within the menu bar, we have PC, which is performance contracting for MDS. There is for 2022-2023 and the current year, 2023-2024. Or you can still access it from the link just below the slide bar, where we have the Science, Technology, Innovation Mainstreaming pieces for the target 2023-2024. And also we have the one for the immediate past financial year, especially for those who want to access their scores, who want to access materials that are already available for last year and get it within the 2020. So within this indicator, I'll Just to share. My apologies for that. We had an internet disconnection, and I hope you're back now for the session. And I hope I'm audible. So to continue from where I left, I said we have the PC targets from nacosti.go.ke for the new state corporations that are joining for the first time. There is a preamble on 2023-2024 that is basically explaining what the target has, the eligibility, key activities. I think of concern for me is the PC indicator is based on these three principles. The first one, for new entrants, they will develop an STI strategy. Then those that have already developed will implement the STM streaming strategy. Then the number two is to implement the STM mainstreaming annual work plan for institutional STM mainstreaming, which is scaling 50%, and promptly and accurately submit quarterly annual reports to NACOSTI using the STM mainstreaming report template provided for by NACOSTI. So I think the three key areas that I was taking into first is to look at the STM mainstreaming work plan. I'll be able to share with you on your screen. So the STM mainstreaming work plan has been able to be reviewed. Why we were doing the review is to reduce the number of tables. Yeah, there were some comments from stakeholders, majority of them that felt that there was too much tables for reporting. So we have reduced the tables from 14 to 8 and removed the 6 that we felt that the information could be held. And one of the tables that we have been able to merge within the work plan is table 1 and table 2, that is dealing with the activities for the work plan. So we have included this column for outputs to ensure that whatever was requested in those two tables can fit in this annual work. So in the annual work plan, we have appoint focal persons and champions for those who are doing it for the first time. So there was a question on when do we appoint focal persons and champions. And I think Javan has given an explanation. If you appoint focal persons and champions for your teams, maybe once for that goes for 2 years, for 3 years, they will not need to reappoint. But if you are having a team work for 1 financial year, then there will be need for reappointment. The letter of the appointment carries that information that you have been appointed as a focal person or a champion for STM streaming for a period of 3 years. So that means if it's for a period of 3 years or for a period of 3 years, you do not need to do another appointment. So that letter still holds even for this financial year. If it was done last year, if it was for 3 years and was done during the first reporting of 2020-2021 financial year, then it will still hold as the 3rd year of the reporting. So as usual, the aspect is now the output of these appointments. Specific activities is that issue a letter. So the output of these that there is an approval or an approved, or you can just say the output in this case an appointment, which you are supposed to attach as part of the evidence. Then we anticipate that one should be done within the 1st quarter, and you anticipate that that calculation is done within the 1st quarter. Attend training like we are currently doing programs. So the output of this is either training certificates or attendance for training or any other evidence that can be put for that has been conducted within the 1st quarter. So you anticipate that that happens within the 1st quarter. So you can plan that you're going to undertake training of staff and stakeholders within your state corporation. So if you are planning it within the 2, which starts from October to December, then you can anticipate that you're going to host or conduct staff sensitization STI mainstreaming. And basically, you are going to select that to be an activity within the third quarter. So the rest continues as you go within the table. So for the tables that are here, you anticipate that you cumulatively address the tables within these 6 tables within each quarter report. So for each quarter reporting, we anticipate that you'll be submitting the populated tables. So those are the entry and the aspect that is involved in that and be populated. I will not do the entire table because at least now the process of how the work plan flows and works out is easy to work it out. So budget allocation, the appointment of that does not have any budget allocation, and whose responsibility is the accounting officer. So the accounting officer could be the MD, the Director General, the CEO, whatever title, and the focal person. So the person who is supposed also to follow the focal person. And it continues. You can populate the table going downward based on aspects that are within it. So for those that are doing this for the first time, we have what you're calling stream A. So this financial year, they will develop the strategy. And we have already put a link to where you can be able to. So the activities within the strategy that you can undertake, we have just given examples. Establishment of a formation of a working group. Here you are saying the same thing. You expect that the focal person and champions are appointed. Persons and champions are appointed, committed to develop the strategy. Then you can have your schedule for meetings, hold meetings and workshops, develop strategy, and by the end of the financial year, and you're saying in this case is a management approved document either by the MD or by the Director General or by the executive officer of the state. So for those that have already developed strategy, their interest will be on part B, is now implementation. You're supposed to identify 5 strategic issues which you intend to work out. So you select, these are examples. You are free to change this and identify the 5. We have given you 7 here. So you just need to identify the 5 that you'll be using to implement the strategy. If it is SR infrastructure, say what you need to do about the infrastructure, then you provide the output. Then you can say under what quarter, is it quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4? Then possibly, like now you can say ST infrastructure equipment, establish the status of infrastructure. So you may need to conduct a survey. Conduct maybe survey. Then you conduct survey on the status on the STI infrastructure. Then possibly you anticipate that the survey happens within the 2nd and the 3rd quarter within your work plan. Then about this, maybe you may need a budget allocation. That survey, depending on whether you are centralized or a decentralized agency. So if you're a decentralized agency, maybe you conduct a regional office. So you can put your budgets that you think you spend within that activity. Then who is responsible to ensure that it takes place? If there's a specific champion who has been assigned this, then you can give the name of the champion who is supposed to follow up on this. If it is the focal person, then you say the focal person's name who is supposed to follow up on. And this continues all the way to number 7. Out of these 7 strategic issues, you're supposed to pick at least. So if you are in a position to pick 6, there is no harm. If there is a position to pick all the 7, there is no harm. But at least you can identify at least 5 of them that are relevant to the agency and you'd want to execute. Then submit quarterly reports. As my predecessors have said, I think the biggest challenge we got here is that some reports came late. They were still processed, but they lost marks quarterly submission. So this quarterly submission, as you can see from the guideline, carries 20 marks. So from 1st to 15th of the reporting month, you can prepare and submit the report during that period. If you report after the 15th, then you have a possibility of losing a mark. That possibly is something that you should not use in terms of report. It's just a question of having the entries. So after the work plan is populated, preferably first quarter, we anticipate that the CEO, the Director General, or the Managing Director of the agency is able to provide the detailed sign and stamp, and you attach it as part of your evidence. Because two of the critical evidences for first quarter reporting is one, the appointment of focal persons and champions. If they still remain the same, the letter still holds, you can upload the same letter, be signed and approved and sent. We say that the CEO also signs and assent because there are budget implications to this activity. So we believe what budget implications you are put here. So if the budget implications are beyond what the state corporation feels is able to spend, the CEO can be able to liaise with the focal persons to ensure that whatever allocations have been done here, if they are not achieved, it will be not an issue of budgets. It will not be an issue of the management saying they are not aware. These they are aware of what activities and what budgets the champions and the focal persons are able to undertake. So I think for that, I'll leave that and I'll give room for maybe questions if they arise on the work plan. I'll move to the reporting tool that we have. So allow me to just for a moment stop this share and move to the reporting tool. So nothing much has changed from the existing reporting tool. What we have tried to do is to ensure that it has been made a little bit easier in terms of what is being requested for the reporting. As usual, we have the reporting tool which you are shared with for the password, which allows you to access. So the good thing about the reporting tool, once you submit, it always tells you have submitted. And that means in terms of providing information that the submission has been successfully sent, has been done. So we have, this is a testing link of the process. So I'll try, there isn't much, as I said, has been changed. What has been changed is the purely evidences that were required in PDF moved from 10 to 8. We felt that 2 of them may not necessarily be required and can be embedded. Then for the tables from 14 to 8, and the 8th one is to deal with the activities that are BWC related. So I'll start by saying I'm not a robot. I click next. So we have this categorization of reporting. Is it the Kenyan High Commission or Embassy? This one comes to those who are reporting on international obligations, which of course is a focal point. The private sector institution, then public ministry, department, or agency. So falling at the public MDS, you are able to click next. Some delays in the internet. Okay. So then institutional details, if it is within state corporations, we're able to say state corporations, semi-autonomous government agencies. Then from there, you just click next to give you the category. We have state corporations and agencies within this. I can take the National Commission for Science, Technology, and Innovation as the name of my agency. Then I'll click next. Then the county headquarters, County 47, which is Nairobi. Those that have the headquarters in Nairobi. Head of the institution, Prof. So it will ask the same questions. Have you appointed a focal person? If you say no, it will tell you, if no, and expedite the appointment of focal persons before submitting the report, yeah? So that the report is submitted. You send it the passwords to the focal person to log into the system. So for that, if yes, you can provide the name of the focal persons. Let me just put my name. Then you have to upload evidence. So in this case, we need the evidence of, in terms of a letter, appointment letter for the focal persons. You're able to upload it. It is written here in PDF format, so we anticipate that the attachment is also in PDF format. Have you appointed the champion? Yes. If no, you'll be told to expedite the process for the first reporting. For that, we're doing some internet changeover. So we are having now to go back to the same process of yes, able to provide the name. Then the email address. Then you're able to attach a copy of the appointment letter for the focal persons. And you're able also to appoint, if you have already appointed the champions, you are also attached a copy of letter of the champions appointed. Then you'll be asked whether you have attended any streaming. If the answer is no, you're able to select options why it's not possible to have maybe attended. You can put other specified why you are saying possibly this is your first time reporting. So you may not have attended previous trainings. If yes, then you will be provided with dates that are relevant to both training. Then you can go to part 2, development of the strategy. You're developing the strategy, you're supposed to submit the work plan. Remember, we said the work plan contains the activities that you intend to do. So for I still think I have some small problems in process. So allow me where I may not decide it to attach to avoid the attaching to use the delays that are happening with. Just give it time to upload. So from there, it's going to go to the details of the tables that we need to attach. These are the Excel tables. We said you have establishment, the maximum that the MDA can have is maybe 200. So number inputs, these are the ones that have occupied the positions. You could be having 120, which means you have deficit of 80. Total number of input staff for offering technical. Possibly these are 75. Those are the ones involved in the core mandates of the state corporation. The total number of inputs to are non-Kenyans, unless they're on exchange program, you rarely get that. But in case you have a technical support or you have non-Kenyans who are coming within the agency, you can be able to indicate the numbers. Then there's a table of the current input staff. So from the table 1, you have the table for input staff, where you're able to populate and upload. Then you have table on HR. That's table 2, which you're also able to upload. So these tables should be populated with the data as per what is provided for. Then you're able to move to next. We're giving it time so that's able to move. So the next table is on equipment and facilities. So you're able also to go to table 3. It's dealing with equipment and facilities. Then you're able to, once it's uploaded, you can move to next. You're able to upload the table. So these tables apply for both those who are developing strategy and those who are implementing strategy. Then there's a table for R&D, that's budget. That's table 4, research and development expenditure, what you're calling RSTI expenditure. You're able to upload. There is a table on collaborative research programs and projects. That's table 5. Then table 6 on research outputs. So here you need 2 attachments, one in Excel of the research outputs. We're talking about research outputs. We are talking about patents, we are talking about publications, book chapters, technologies, memorandum of understanding. Then the evidence, which is in PDF format. If you're saying you have published 5 papers as an institution, then you go to the evidence and upload a PDF document of the titles of those publications. If you have said you have able to register 2 patents, then you have a table in PDF format that is able to give. So you're able to attach all your documentary evidence from the numbers for that table 6 out. Then table 7 is dissemination. This is the dissemination of research, science, technology, and innovation outputs. This can be done in workshops, conferences, seminars, symposiums, trade fairs, and all. It could also be broadcast media, print media. So in this case, you have the table 7, which is the last mandatory table to upload on the dissemination activities that you have been able to undertake. So from there, you're able, if you have developed a research policy or an intellectual policy, then you can attach them. If you are not to develop, you can say no. You don't have an intellectual property. If you don't have a research policy, the answer is no, then you may not need to. But you are indicated that you need to develop within the work plan and within the strategy, just as a precaution in terms of when you're preparing your work plans. Then you can click next. Then contributions towards Kenya's international obligations. These ones are for those who are doing aspects that deal with biological weapons. There are a few within the MTS, and most of them are within the research institutes. So if yes, you'll be provided to upload those tables. There's table 8A, there's table 8B, and there's table 8C, which you're able to upload. So if no, which you're saying majority of them fall under that category of no, then possibly that becomes the end of your reporting process. If you have some comments to make concerning the reporting, maybe you can say the simplified. Or any other comment concerning the reporting tool, you can make your comments there and click next. Then you have the last attachment. It is a forwarding letter from the accounting office. The saying is the last PDF document that you're supposed to upload. So a key thing is that we also, as part of learning process, once you're through with this process of submission, it's supposed to generate something for you you can be able to save. So for purposes of your own safety of records, you can click these responses to generate a PDF document which you can download and save. Also good to keep a record of your reporting so that you're able to keep up, especially within the dates and the timeline. So you can download as PDF and you store that document. Then after that, you are able to complete and you're going to be exiting the reporting tool by closing the reporting tool that the submission has been done. Maybe before I go back to the chair, maybe 5 minutes to take you through within tables. So there are some minor changes that we did within the tables. Like I said, there were 14 tables. So we tried as much as possible to look for duplicates and redundancies that were there. Table 1 hasn't changed much. So the data that is required within table 1 is just the establishment. Another is to guide the staff who are doing the filling. You just say the level. So if the state corporation has 12 grades, 10 grades, 15 grades, you just put the grades and the numbers per category. So that hasn't changed much. So table 2 for HR. So we have tried to add, there was a category of certificates that was missing. And from the stakeholder, they said that they would also want to capture the entire spectrum of HR. So right now, when you're filling this table, you fill all the staff within the organization, just the numbers. So we have been able to categorize with PhD. Once you type in the figures, if agriculture, there are 3, below 52, you do the computations for you. Your work is just to put in the number. So we are trying to make sure that we have encompassed everything, all within the entire search space. There are those that were under prior recognition doing a tab. We have also had a challenge of saying what sciences are natural sciences. So we have added a tab that classifies these sciences. When you're talking about natural sciences, which are these disciplines? Mathematics, physical, chemical, art, biological, and computer information science. If you're talking about engineering, what are these sciences within engineering? If you're talking about medical, what are these disciplines within medical? And the main disciplines within agriculture. So humanities and social sciences, they are combined together within one category, contain this as the fifth category in the listing. That one has been provided at least to guide where they are not so sure about a specific discipline under what category of field of study it falls under. And the next, I think, table that has also had changes was a table of RST equipment remains the same. No modification within that. It still remains that report equipment above 500,000. Table 4 for R&D expenditure, there were some recommendations for changes which were put into board. So this one you have to report quarterly because you have to put quarterly budgets. You have also simplified to have development recurrent budget. Then from there we have an annual R&D budget. Then the annual R&D budget, now when it comes to spending, you'll be reporting sorry for that. Okay. Quite a challenge with the internet around, despite having multiple sources. So, but I would say as I complete, if there are any challenges within the population of the 1 to table 7, then kindly you can reach out to Macosti. Write an email to pc@macosti.com. We will respond. I'll assign a note. We have done so even in the last 2 years. So it should not be a issue. At this point, I want to invite one of my colleagues, Dr. Jumbi, just maybe emphasize on the need of the entry of data collection.
Good morning, colleagues. This is David Yubi, Osti. So I just want to re-emphasize the importance of having correct data. We have realized most of you have been complying in terms of putting data into the tables, but we want to emphasize the importance of having the correct data. And as you are aware, the Osti for the first time has been able to come up with the LSTI status report. And we have realized as a country, we need to have correct data in most of the indices we are participating in. And we have quite a number of them, like the number of how much money we are spending on R&D. There is also what we call the World Competitive Index. and also the GII Global Innovation Index. We also have the SDG Index, and we also have the number of researchers we have per so much population. It's the one also for number of publications, the number of patents, and so forth and so on. So it is critical that we are able to avail this data on a global basis so that at least as a country, we are well ranked. So for example, if it's the issue of, for example, the human resource in the country, and there is a table which you are supposed to put for different disciplinary science discipline areas, how much how many staff do you have in terms of gender, male and female. And for example, if the number is like 70 to 30%, 70 men and 30 women as researchers, missing a point or maybe adding a zero where we have already to have an implication that you are telling us that the number of researchers for male is 70, and then you add a zero to the 30, we are talking of 300 females. This will have a policy implication for the country. And also on the other hand, for example, we want to know how many doctors we have on oncologists in the country, and probably it is 3. And for some reason, you put an extra zero so that we have like 300 oncologists in the country. That again has a policy implication. So it's very critical that as we enter this data, we ensure that we have the correct numbers so that at least as a country, we can be competitive. Given that the last time, for the example, for R&D, the last figure we had, which is probably known, was in 2010, when we were working with the African Science Technology Innovation Index. That time we were being assisted by the African Union. But given that as a country, we are already in the middle column or economy, then we, at least as a country, we should be able to work on our own and all the relevant and accurate data for the sake of the country being competitive, and also even our collaborators or partners to know that, yes, if I want to go and do a particular research in a certain area, for example, in health, we have enough in the country. So in that sense, then we are going to attract more of these collaborations. You can see, like, as we did that report, we have realized small countries like Botswana, Setwani are hitting us in some of these indices, which is embarrassing. We have the data, but we are not reporting it. So mine was to emphasize the accuracy of the data, even as we automate the process fully. There is that aspect that
we. Okay. Thank you, Dr. Joby. Thank you, Cyrus Kamau, for very insightful presentations to bring up to speed in terms of what we need to do in so far as the reporting and the data accuracy aspects. I believe we have been able to provide some useful info that could help you raise some of the issues that you are having challenges, some of the questions that you may wish responded. Just to let you know, we are still waiting the Director General to give his remarks. He's still held up in another meeting, but in the next few minutes, we are expecting him to join. But in the meantime, we can take advantage of this opportunity out of the 3-4 presentations. I know you have issues. I know you have some of the comments that you have put on the chat. Our team is addressing that so that we're able to address your concerns. So what we'll do at this point perhaps is to allow participants to raise the issues around whichever aspects that you need. Because as we had said initially, this is a forum for you to raise issues, articulate what you need to be done, and more so for us to make this process as simpler for our members. Perhaps you could raise your hand so that we're able to see those who need to raise some issues. Yeah, so you can unmute and raise your question or your comment. We'll be glad to listen to.
Anyone can unmute and probably raise your question. Thank you.
Okay, in the meantime, I can see some of the questions on the chat, the quick ones. Maybe some of them we can be able to address. There's Felix Ouma is asking how Francis Croy, you're asking about supposing your organization achieve 100% set in the PC, will the target be revised to the next financial year? Scored differently, but get us to address the revised sub-indicator.
Thank you for that, Dr. Juby. Joseph Burugu, you have been empowered. You can now unmute and speak. Thank you. Joseph Burugu, you and your hand up. You can speak. Okay. As you prep. Burugu, you can hear us? Okay, then we can have Christine Gakure, followed by Peter Kuyoni. Christine, your hand is up.
Yes, Joseph is as unmuted.
Yeah, Joseph, you are unmuted. Christine Gakure, Peter Kujiani. Violent Chege. Those are the only ones. Oh, okay. So I don't know whether you can hear us very well. Joseph, Peter, Christine, or UK, you have all been empowered. I'm saying Joseph, Peter.
Hi.
Yes, yes. You can speak.
Yeah, this is Berilo UK from Water Resources Authority. My question is, or rather, from the Water Resources Authority, we were given direction to put this indicator. This is our first time here, and one of the challenges we're having is that.
Are you okay? We have lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Great. Yeah. So I'm from Water Resources Authority, and this is our first time doing the science, technology, and innovation mainstreaming under the PC. The challenge we're having, or we've had, the reason why we've not been onboarding it is that for us as an institution and under the Ministry of Water, R&D is done by the Kenya Water Institute for the whole of, the ministry and the parastatals under it. So we don't have a specific department or unit that deals with R&D. That being said, we also don't have a budget for it. So my question is, now that we do not have a budget and this is coming in late into the year, after we've done the budget, what happens? Because I've seen in the templates and everything, we have to show that at least 2%, which of course we cannot get now. What happens? What is the direction to take? Thank you.
I think I can respond to that. Okay, thank you so much. Number one, maybe for clarification purposes, I believe you can hear me. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, you can hear you.
Thank you. Number one, I believe you have a strategic plan.
Yes.
And one of the things that is coming out is that from 2023 to in the life cycle of the current government, as per data, we are all developing our strategic plans or reviewing, depending with where we are. As we said, science, technology, and innovation is an enabler under Vision 2030, and I'm very sure as an MDA, you are contributing towards Vision 2030. I also believe 100% that you have negotiated your PC. We had an earlier question whereby budgeting process starts before the PC process, but it doesn't really matter this year. I know the 20th cycle and the PC and the budgeting process were able to happen almost simultaneously. But even if one was behind a bit, like for example, the PC process, where we have the STI where STI mainstreaming is part of your PC, I believe you negotiated with your mother ministry. Ideally, what the mother ministry asks is cascaded through the State Department to the relevant you are to look in at your mandate and what you're supposed to be doing, I can tell you for sure you'll find matters research, science, technology, and innovation. I know you have told us that another MD is doing much of science, technology, and innovation, but we encourage you, number one, to ensure that you segregate and you look at your mandate. Look at what you do, because without science, technology, and innovation, it addresses a core part of what you're supposed to be doing. In relation to what you have already allocated, if you are to look at your budget, and I know your budget approval or the budget consideration is one of the documents that you need for your PC to go through. And if this indicator is already within your core mandate, you don't need separate funds somewhere for implementation. You see, once you have an approved budget, which I'm very sure you have, because that is one of the requirements for your negotiation and vetting of your PC, those documents you have to submit. The budget, you need to submit the budget, the work plan, you need to submit the strategic plan and all that. So those documents already, you work with what you have. And I can tell you, even if you don't have the department on research or science, technology, and innovation, you have a very good opportunity now to start the journey. To start the journey in that you look at the budget, you are implementing other activities already. And I can tell you for a fact, those activities, they are supposed ideally to be covered by the budget that you have. So you don't need to have a direct, you may have missed to do a direct allocation, but in terms of expenditure, you realize you'll be spending money in the areas of research, science, technology, and innovation. If you look at research only, you may be limited, but if you broaden it and look at science, technology, and innovation, where you are, I know you need innovation for you to be able to address many of the issues within your mandate. You need technology. You're either embracing certain technologies or you're putting them in place. So basically out of that, the expenditure that you'll be spending around that, if you are to rework it in terms of expenditure, you realize you are spending money already, even if you didn't allocate for it. And this is one of the issues we had in 18 cycle when we had introduced this indicator. So my point, my encouragement to you is that look at the areas where you are spending. If you look at your entire organization, you realize there are areas you are touching either in research, science, technology, or innovation. Segregate that, and when it will come in terms, when you start reporting, report on the expenditures that are taking place around that. You may realize you are buying equipment, and most of this equipment are supporting either science, technology, innovation, or you are using them for innovation purposes to support technologies. Maybe even in your ICT, you could be getting solutions around your ICT to help you. Number two, if, for example, look under service delivery indicators, one of the indicators that is there is service charter, and the next one is digitalization. You see, and that indicator is compulsory for everyone. And I'm very sure you have also taken that indicator because it is compulsory indicator within the service delivery. Digitalization supports what we are referring to in the areas of science, technology, and innovation. You are putting certain measures in place in terms of innovation, in terms of technology, to advance the aspiration of that indicator. There is that budget that will go towards that direction. It can constitute part of your 2%. It will constitute part of what you are using as an institution to address matters, science, technology, and innovation. So yes, in most cases, you may have missed in terms of the actual location, but when you look at the expenditure on quarterly basis, you realize you are spending that area. And I've just used that indicator as just an example. And even when under your core mandate, I know you're also implementing indicators that are supposed to infuse creativity and innovation in terms of how you deliver your service. Those areas you are spending in the area of science, technology, and innovation. So from ICT, from the areas, all areas that we are spending in the matters, science, technology, and innovation, we take on that. Then progressively, as to develop your work plan and probably later develop your SEI strategy, we expect you to put strategies in place because we have realized fundamentally it is very critical to address matters, research, science, technology, and innovation individually. You see, as an institution, apart from the institution you have told us that they are contributing or probably they have research and development on their own, but also for you, from your strategic plan perspective, as you align it, because it's a requirement, as you align it with better, as you align it with MTP4, medium term plan 4, absolutely you'll be covering matters, research, science, technology, and innovation. And from that dimension, then you'll be spending. You may not have budgeted for it, but also we expect you, as you review your strategic plan or develop your strategic plan 2023-2027, then of course you need to bring on board those matters now as an institution and how you address. So basically, my point is you have a bigger approach, you have bigger opportunity to now cover these matters moving forward. So for you, since you are new, you need to start by developing the work plan. Developing the work plan, when you develop it now, you will go back again to the existing budget. Because this budget, for example, if I was to ask you, we have an indicator on national values. We have an indicator on service delivery. We have an indicator on digitization. The budget that you have allocated there can be more than sufficient to take care of STI, because STI is very broad. In fact, to realize we have always been doing it, it's only that it has never been realigned directly towards now a streamlined process in terms of reporting. I hope I've helped you. Thank you so much. We have Joseph. Joseph, now you can raise your question. Christine, Peter, Jared. Jared?
Thank you. I don't know whether you're able to hear me.
Yes, we can hear you. Go on.
Yeah, I'm the focal person from Kenya Urban Roads Authority. I was asking about the STI annual work plan. Is it that we collapse because we are reporting quarterly? And then what is the difference between the accumulative fourth quarter STI work plan and the STI work plan? That is where I wanted to know the difference.
Sorry, you're asking the difference between cumulative?
If I'm reporting quarterly on the STI achievement strategy, and then there is also the annual STI report, do I collapse the cumulative quarterly reports, or it is a separate report?
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I'll give a response, and if my colleagues wish so, they can add on it. Ideally, the annual work plan, let me start with the annual work plan. One of the first requirements that you're supposed to undertake as an MDA is to develop the annual work plan. The annual work plan, as we said, captures two aspirations. One, for them that are developing STI for the first time, and for them that are implementing STI. Basically, it's a roadmap that tells us in terms of schedule and timelines, what happens when and which quarter. So basically, all of us will have a work plan that explains our different areas where we are in terms of implementation. For example, if I'm a new MDA, I'll use it now to put in place the steps and the activities that I need to do within the financial year, so that number one, I can basically actualize the STI strategy or have it in place. For them with the STI strategy, you'll be telling us the areas that you are picking for implementation within the financial year. So basically that it is. Then for the annual, the annual report, we expect you to report every quarter, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter. Ideally, as you have said clearly, you have for the quarter, there are two things about it. We have for the quarter, the actual reporting that has happened within fourth quarter. Number two, we have the cumulative that is reflected by fourth quarter. So the annual ideally, and based with 18 cycle, 19 cycle, we didn't have an annual report. Annual report basically is accumulation of first quarter to fourth quarter. So for the quarter, to make it clear to you, we'll have two things. We'll have the actuals, what you have done within the fourth quarter, which we report, and then it will also capture the accumulation of other quarters, which ideally that constitute an annual report. Thank you so much. And at this juncture, I think our Director General is on board. He wants to give us his presentation, and we kindly request that you allow him to take the floor, and thereafter we shall have the session of question and answers. Thank you so much. The rest can hold a bit, and we move forward. Thank you. Sorry? Yeah, thank you. The Director General will be joining us within the next 4 minutes. Maybe we can take a quick one from Joseph Burugo, a quick one, as the Director General joins us. Jared, I think we have Peter. Your hand was up. So I think we can hold a bit. We have the presentation from the Director General. He is taking, you'll be presenting probably in the next 3 to 4 minutes. And thereafter, we'll do question and answers and a plenary whereby we shall clarify whatever members feel it is not very, very clear. Still, we encourage you to use question and answer or chat to put across any question or clarification so that we can continue engaging as the presentation goes on. Thank you. Yeah, the Director General is preparing. He is still preparing, but basically I can look at some of the questions that you put across. Very slow sound. Sorry, we apologize. We're in a place where internet was not very stable, but now things are working well. So we hope that as we move forward, things will be okay. We have a question from Jared, STI annual report. I think I've already clarified that. Kylie, what is the deadline for annual reporting? Please note the guidelines are very clear. the year comes to an end on 30th June of every year, the reporting deadline is always 15th of the month, the reporting of the month after the end of the quarter. So we expect you, ideally what you are calling annual year basically is the reporting for the fourth quarter. So we expect you, as we said, fourth quarter, there are two things happening in fourth quarter as you report. You'll be reporting the status as it is for that quarter, then cumulatively it will be giving you the status for the 4 quarters. So basically, the deadline we take is the deadline for summation for fourth quarter, which happens by 15th after the end of the quarter, meaning it is by 15th of July, for example, once a year comes to an end. I don't know whether there is, for STI annual report, is it possible to extend? I think I've answered the report. What you're calling the annual report ideally is the fourth quarter, because out of the accumulation of all quarters, the 4 quarters, then we shall end up with we will end up with a fourth quarter cumulative. We have lost you at the very crucial R&D table. I think R&D table, basically, as we said, it has the following are the what constitute R&D. And let's get it very clear, even without looking at the table. Number one, you'll be declaring the sources of your budget. And this is standard. You declare what are the sources you declare. Then the next thing is, what is your overall budget? You'll be telling us our overall budget maybe is 2 million. The next question in the table, and I just want you to get it from this because it's a very easy kind of tabulation. The next, after you tell us what is the approved budget, you say it is 2 million. The next question you declare, because most of us, is ready? Sorry? Is ready to proceed? Oh, thank you so much. I will be adding, our Director General is ready to proceed. Let's hold, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with the same session of question and answers. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Javan. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, sorry for the interruption, but I think you'll have a session to respond to all those questions. Allow me just to thank our distinguished participants for today. This is probably the third time in 3 years or 2 years that we are undertaking this very important trainings on science, technology, and innovation and mainstreaming. Let me try and see if I can share my screen, and you'll alert me if the screen is visible.
Yeah, we can see the screen. It's very visible.
Okay, let me then yes, put it in the presentation mode. Yeah, is it in the presentation mode now?
Yes, Prof, it is.
Yes, so thank you very much, distinguished participant. And anytime that I'm offline, please let me know, because I might end up presenting to myself. But we truly appreciate the presence of, I'm seeing now 200, probably over 200 participants in this training. That's quite a sign of interest. A number of you might be attending this for the second or third time. Please bear with me if some of the slides are repeated. This is for the sake of some of you who might be doing this for the first time. And my colleagues will take you through, or I've taken you through implementing the key aspects, the key items in the PC target. Ours is to give you the broader perspective with regard to science, technology, and innovation from a broader perspective, so that this target is not just seen like a normal target of giving documents and it ends there. And this is simply because I think matters of STI has been escalated to another level in the country, and with the most recent being the executive order issued by His Excellency the President, establishing the Presidential Advisory Council on Science and Technology. I think the membership is yet to be appointed, but that would indicate to you the direction that the country is taking. If you're aware, I think the only other Presidential Advisory Council that is active is the one chaired by Honorable Dr. Ndi. So you can imagine that the next one hopefully would be on science and technology. So I'll give you some quick highlights, I think, under the theme of leveraging on science, technology, and innovation for prosperity and public good. And from the onset, I want to really impress that matters STI go beyond the normal economic development. Matters STI have direct impact on national security of this country and our region. Matters STI has direct bearing on public safety, And of course, then thirdly, on inclusive sustainable development. Also, from the first slide, I just want to mention that in our previous engagement with key stakeholders, just like the way we are doing now, we had stakeholder evaluators. And some of the highlights that came was that there was widespread interest among stakeholders following demand-driven online and in-person trainings, and taking note of the positive impact of STI as well as on national prosperity. Participants requested for in-person trainings. I want to say it from the onset that our trainings will be online so that they are cost-free. But should you feel, depending on which institution you come from, should you feel you need more on STI, which is now the thing of the moment at the global arena, then our board, the board of NACOSTI, approved short trainings in terms of 8 modules, which have been benchmarked with UNESCO. When you undertake these full modules, at the end of it, you'll get what we're calling STI professional certification. Like for now, you are just attending part of that module 1, which is STI mainstreaming in MDS in rapidly changing times. So you're attending part of that. They're normally like 4 or 5 day trainings for each module, leading to recognition, hopefully by key agencies like UNESCO and beyond on matters of science, technology, and innovation. Having said that, there's also a common slide that I feature that goes beyond Kenya. When you talk of STI, then we think about Africa. This slide, you might have seen it, or some of you are aware of it, where Africa has so much resources, but then our contribution to the global economy, to the global things that are happening there is very minimal. You can see that despite us having a lot of resources, having very good arable land as compared to maybe in East Asia and so forth, we only contribute just 2% of our research output. And we also account for only 1.3% of research spending, and we only produce 0.1% of all patents. And as we are aware, patents have direct bearing on the products that come out there. The innovations, the technology that's come out there are normally related to the patents. So what is the issue? I think the issue is that the continent, including our country, have not been so sensitized on the need to invest. When you invest in science, technology, and innovation, which of course includes or is driven by research, you are not just throwing money there. You are investing on something which, for every 1 shilling, it is expected that you should get some value worth 10 shillings at the end of that investment. We also want to mention, I'll skip some of the slides because there are many, that matters STI are fully anchored in our constitution. So it's not just something which some agency has come up with. It is in our constitution. Article 11 emphasizes the importance of STI in the knowledge-based economic development of the country. And then there's an aspect which the constitution also emphasizes, which we would really strongly encourage you to be part of your institutional strategic plan, institutional strategy on STI. And that is the recognition of indigenous inventions and technologies. That aspect has been really down. I would want to plead with you that as you undertake those strategies and even annual work plans, try and think them in relation or vis-a-vis our own indigenous inventions and technologies. If there are things that are medicinal, like the COVID-19 pandemic really shook us, what were the other alternatives to the normal traditional, even the vaccine that was coming from, wherever it was coming from? So it's fully anchored in law. Then Article 45, Section 5, requires the state to support, promote, and protect intellectual property. Another key aspect that a good number of work is being done in the country, yet we are not able to protect it. And then if you remember the story of M-Pesa, where the young man who seemed to have come up with things is not getting what is what him on this one. So matters IP are key, and that's why you'll find among us in the template, one of the things we're insisting on is that for every single institution to establish an IP office. You might not be in the mainstream research like universities, but you might have a young lady, a young man, or one of your staff has just come up with a product in your State Department, and because there's no opportunity for him or her to be protected through your agency, they end up availing it to some either international partners or to other people, and of course that's a loss to the country. So it's also coming Vision 2030, but I want to bring you very fast forward on the regulatory framework of science, technology, innovation in the country. Some of you are aware of this. For those who are seeing this for the first time, please take some time to read that act, that the sector is regulated as presented in the STI Act, which was enacted in 2013. And this act was enacted for 3 purposes. Again, I'll request you to read, but I'll go to the third purpose, which was to entrench science, technology, and innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes. That's a very powerful statement, that this STI mainstreaming is not just an afterthought. It actually was meant to be implemented 10 years ago. I think in the past, there was that target on just research and development as part of the PC at 2013, 2014 there, then it disappeared. But I think the government of Kenya has found it in order to bring it back. So it is captured in the act. And you know, the act approved by Parliament is the voice of the people of Kenya. So based on that requirement, 2 years ago, I think the government introduced this performance indicator. It is literally for all MDS. And why is it for all MDS? Because if you look at that requirement of entrenching science, technology, innovation in the national production system, what would request you or ask any agency which is still pondering on whether they should be here or not? The question is, are you part of the national production system? Yes, if you are not, and you're able to justify it to the head of public service and to the minister in charge of PC, we'll be very fine with it. But if you are engaged in any form in the national production system, contributing to economic development, contributing to Kenya's global competitiveness, then indeed you are in, and you'll find this of benefit, not only to the country, but of benefit to your institution. So this was introduced, and that is what we're implementing. And I think our team has already introduced you into the target. What is required this year is fairly simple. I also just want to emphasize that matters of entrenching or infusing science, technology, innovation into the national production system and for connected purposes is a global agenda. And in this one, I just have extracted a recent resolution in July 2022 of the UN, United Nations Economic and Social Council. And they recommended this to national governments, that national governments should closely link science, technology, innovation, and strategies. That's the last sentence there. The UN Economic and Social Council recommended that countries or national governments should closely link science, technology, innovation, and strategies of sustainable development by prominently featuring capacity building in information and communication technologies and science, technology, innovation in national development planning. This is exactly what you're doing. So it goes beyond, because we are a signatory to the UN, matters of the UN, and it means if there's a recommendation and a resolution made there, then we are part of it. So it is in all the planning mechanisms. And for this, we are very happy that the National Treasury has been strong in assisting us to implement this target. I also want to inform you that yesterday we had 53 participants, mostly from the ministries. As you understand, we have 23 or so ministries, and your own ministries, for some of you are coming here for the first time, your own ministries are already on board. So please assist your ministries, assist your state departments to implement this. We can assure you that you'll find a lot of benefits in this undertaking. So it's a global thing. And if I might also fast track, also to inform you that at the same global level, a lot of interests have been taken at the highest level. This is slide, again, I've had it before, but for those who are seeing it for the first time, just to show you a typical example of countries that probably have moved ahead of us or were there before us, like the UK, when Mr. Boris Johnson, before his term ended, he established a National Science and Technology Council, which he himself personally chaired. So imagine a very busy prime minister who ends up chairing the National Science and Technology Council. What was the impact of this? You can see the impact is political, and politics goes hand in hand with money. And you're able to see that with this kind of interest from the highest level in that particular year, that is the 2021-2022 year, the Prime Minister of the UK set aside 2.27 trillion Kenya shillings for R&D. So even for us, as you participate in this, you give us a strong voice in which even our sister agency in charge of funding, the National Research Fund, can get monies to be escalated, which can be distributed to you. And it's not just for research, it's for research, science, technology, and innovation. So 2.27 trillion is I think our annual budget is probably now 3-4 trillion. You can see just allocating this for R&D is quite something which is commendable. In China, they undertook what is called the Grand Experiment, where they move from being, I think, the third largest economy to the second largest economy in the form of military. I think you know where China is, but the investments were in technology, whether it's science, technology for the military, science, technology, and innovation for health, whether it is agriculture, but the medium was science, technology, innovation. So each one of us, whichever ministry you come from, whether from the Ministry of Trade, whether from the Ministry of Agriculture, we are all focused on the cost-cutting element of science, technology, innovation. It's probably the only one which ensures that you can have a whole government approach and brings everybody on board. If you go to the US, again, you can see this high level. This is just last year in July, when the US also came up with the Science, Chips and Science Act of 2022, and you can Google this. And through that act, they have allocated 33.3 trillion Kenya shillings for R&D. Why do I allocate this? It's just not, in fact, the priority, I would imagine, for the US is on their national security. It is on their public safety on the wake of COVID, and also then on economic development. So these are the things that we need. If you ask me what is the value proposition of this undertaking, the value proposition is that we're able to anchor our country, Kenya, at a certain higher level of competitiveness globally. And when you do that, you attract business for the country, you attract respect for the country, and other things that come with it. In short, you're actually going to contribute to Kenya's Global Innovation Index, World Competitive Index, a number of indices, including the SDG indexes. So it's been escalated. Again, if I may skip on that one, coming back closer home, and this is something which was in the news also, COVID-19 pandemic, why His Excellency President Museveni moved Science and Technology Ministry's office. What Uganda did, I think a few years back, was first to split the two ministries, probably of education and science and technology. And then he went ahead, I think a year or so ago, 2 years ago, to move that Ministry of Science and Technology to be directly under the presidency. What was the benefit of that? If you look at the last paragraph, and sorry, I'm moving with speed because of time. If you look at the last paragraph, by the virtue of that Ministry of Science and Technology Innovation reporting to His Excellency the President, you can see Kenya shillings 15 billion being allocated to that Ministry of Science and Technology. Are you able to compare that with the 300 million that our National Research Fund is getting, which they are using for the administration, and also to share out with researchers and investors out there? So time has come for us to escalate the voice of science, technology, and innovation in the country and regionally. I think our current government is strongly at the best position, probably the best that we've ever had, that is well acknowledges the importance of science, technology, and innovation for national development and public safety and so forth. So that happened in Uganda. Coming back home, I've also used this slide in the past, and you might want to see these are tweets that His Excellency the President made even before he knew he would be the president. In 2015, he made some very key, powerful statements, which I don't have, I'm just quoting word to word. And he said, we are living in a new age, an age of science, technology, innovation. The children and your care must compete in this world. So you can interpret that in your own way, but the voice is there. The age, you are living in an age, and you can manage age involves everything. In 2019, he says, we have to scale up our engagement with science, technology, and innovation space, especially among my young generation. Science is going to rule the future, and you have to be ready. So you are all in this. We are all in this, Nakosti and all of you who are here today, and we are very grateful for your participation on this one. And soon after his election, His Excellency was able to say almost very consistent statement that Africa must consciously place science at the center of its planning. You see, at the center of its planning. So whether it's the National Treasury planning, whether it's the Ministry of Industry, whether it's the Ministry of Defense, whether it's the Ministry of Interior, all of us are in this together. And he says, Africa must increase funding for research and work with scientists to generate fresh data and ideas that can guide policy innovations to drive economic growth. You might wish to know that there's a high-level panel, which is has been happening at the UN in New York and is going on to the highest levels. And matters of science, technology, innovation is one of the key areas that is going to be discussed in UNEC at the highest level. And I'm sure in terms of the region, Kenya is going to take the leadership. And I think our big people are going to be there. So your participation in this STM mainstreaming informs you even when you're advising your peers, you're advising your supervisor, you're advising your CS, that in many things, whether it's foreign affairs, you'll find there's matters of science, technology, innovation, particularly foreign affairs, where there's a key element, which they are calling now the science, technology, and innovation diplomacy. So there's something STI in whichever you're doing, and if you doubt, then we can have a one-on-one discussion at some relaxed joint, and we share out what we have learned about science and technology in recent time. Back again to the regulatory framework, the STI Act establishes 3 agencies, the Coast as the regulator, Kenya as the implementing agency and managing the entire innovation ecosystem, and the National Research Fund. I would believe a number of you have already interacted with the National Research Fund. The challenge is the funds have been dwindling due to other requirements, and probably our voice needs to be risen up to be able to catch the ear of the key decision makers with regard to allocating funding for research, science, technology, and innovation. NACOSTI, which is the main regulator, you'd ask, why are we the special agency? Why are you undertaking this? Those opportunities are given by the Act. And you start with number 1, which is key. There are 17. I will jump and skip on them, but please take your time to read them. I'll just focus on number 1, which is develop in consultation with stakeholders the priorities in scientific and technological, scientific, technology, and innovation activities in Kenya in relation to the economic and social policy of the government and the country's international obligations. Based on that requirement, I think for the first, it has taken some time, but for the first now, we have a draft. Yeah, we have a draft 12-point, very inclusive, and you can see like number 1 is R&D strengthening, R&D priorities, R&D financing. So if you thought NACOSTI or STA just about R&D, that is a 10th of what STI talks about. Then you can figure out like number 2, STI education, STI communication, STI talent development, the next generation workforce. So surely even at TVET institutions or in whichever institution, there must be something that you're encouraging in terms of STI technology education, which we do quite frequently. And then there's something on fostering technology. These are the latest technologies. And you can see it is closely linked and captures the bottom-up economic transformation agenda on the key aspects of housing, on the key aspects of agriculture, on the key aspects of MSCs, on all the key aspects of health, on key aspects of food security, and so forth. So we have ensured that, again, please take some time because this is at the final stages of stakeholder engagement. So please, if you feel you are not covered here, let us know. It's a 12-point. It's in our website as I'm speaking. So just check on it. There's even one on a very rare one on STI for national security. That's number 9. STI for national security, public safety, and emergency response. And then number 10 is what we are doing now. There's STI mainstreaming in MDS through transformational reforms in policy, governance, legal, institutional, technical, and service delivery frameworks. That literally speaks to the value addition that we hope that the institution can get out of partaking of this PC target. David, Javan, am I still audible so that I don't end up talking to myself?
Yes, you are, Prof.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'll continue moving faster. Well. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, so if I move on a little bit faster, the acts. Sorry, I think I clicked the. Yes, the acts gives us, as I will say, quite a number of is it functions and powers, and that enables us to lead this function. Number 2 is lead interagency efforts. That's what we are doing here. Advise the national and county governments. We are a bit late, but we are on course. During the GMO debate, we were called to advise, to give an opinion to the parliamentary committee. We are being called to other areas. And I think this is a platform that even you in the state departments could use when you have something that you need to take out to the public, to take out to government. In addition to doing it yourself, you need a neutral voice like NACOSTI. And in NACOSTI, we don't do it as our staff. We bring in the peers. So you are talking of GMO, we'll get the peers and experts within Kenya and outside Kenya to give us an opinion, and a strong opinion grounded on research outcomes and so forth. So you really need to air some advisory. Please work with us on this, and we'll be able to take it to another level. So other functions are like ensuring coordination and cooperation. That's what we are doing. What we are known for is creating research institutes and approving all scientific research. So we accredit or register institutions, the great institutions like KEMRI, ILRI, ISIPE, CALRO, KIRDI. Those are the institutions that we regulate. And we know, like during the COVID-19 pandemic, KEMRI was right at the center of that pandemic. We strongly believe each of those institutions like CALRO, KIRDI, and the Kenya Marine and Fisheries Research Institute, they play a key role. And we hope that we can create a multi-agency, multi-sector approach where you can engage with them in the things that they do. But we have 17 functions, so I will not read all of them. What I also wanted to highlight is sometimes the confusion of words. What is research? What is science? What is technology? What's innovation? As I've said before, try to the most simplified way I was able to get is that research speaks to science, science to technology, technology to innovation. The key difference which most of us scientists are not able to do, or researchers, is innovation, because that is now entrepreneurial. It requires a business mind. It requires somebody with STI diplomacy. And this is where now we need a special expertise. And I think the Kenya National Innovation Agency has picked this up as a key area that we need to progress on. So the other functions, I'll skip them, but also additionally, as part of value addition to all of you, NACOS is also the national focal point to a number of Kenya's international obligations. And number one being the focal point to Biological Weapons Convention. We are just back from Geneva, I think last week. And what was impressive about the Kenyan delegation that went there, of about 15 people, is that they came from six to seven ministries. There was Ministry of Interior, there was Ministry of Foreign Affairs, there was Ministry of Education, there was Ministry of Agriculture, there were several ministries, I've just forgot, there was Ministry of Trade. Yeah, the multi-sectoral approach that we adopted to undertake this resulted in a number of opportunities with partners. We were able to meet the EU delegation, we were able to meet the US delegation on the sidelines of the meeting. We were able to meet a number of delegations, a number of international agencies here, and with those ones to create some partnerships. So these international obligations, for those who have been participating in this STI mainstreaming, and they are good numbers. So the few who have not, I think, have now come on board. Whenever I get opportunities, whether scholarships, whether opportunity for research infrastructure, we send it out to all of you. And you are very, very many, as you can see, over 400 MDS. So we send it out so that the opportunity is not just confined to a few people. So take advantage of this. One institution, Egerton, is already benefiting through a call that we made some time back. The International Center for Genetic Engineering and Biotechnology is, as we are speaking now, establishing a very unique regional research center in biotechnology. And I think there's a team in India negotiating for some top, I don't know, they call them level 3 or level what, level 2, level 3 laboratories. So these are the benefits that you can get as an institution. Those of you who are involved with the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, almost every week we get opportunities and we circulate it to you on opportunities for masters on nuclear science and technology and so forth. So there are quite a number of opportunities. Please take advantage of that. Wanted to highlight something on licensing of research. Probably this debate I should be having more with the research institutions and universities. Why do you do licensing? I think there's a request for waiver. There's a need for waiver, which we understand, and we have no issue with that. Probably what we want to highlight to you and even to those undertaking research universities and research institutions, that the act, the part of the act that talks of licensing was actually meant to bring into effect the international obligations, like the UNESCO or BWC or CTBTO, the number of international obligations. So if we give a waiver in the act, we probably will need to request the Kenya government to move out of those international obligations. Because by law, in the Constitution, even if we get a waiver in the act, but a Constitution, we are still signed up to the UN or we are still signed up to BWC, it means that becomes, by what is written in the Constitution, it becomes part of our law. So please, let's figure out what is the need for this licensing. And you can see, we have not captured this, or we have not activated this, but the reason we do research licensing is for national security. Lives of Kenyans should not be affected. The culture and IP rights of our people should not be affected. Meeting international obligations and so forth and so forth. There's a reason that's why licensing is done. If it's about money, I think the money through the government can be waived, but the process of regulating you also provides safety for you, even at your workplace. You might never know who is manufacturing what in the kitchen. There might be some dangerous substance there. So having said that, I'll just move very quickly, skip some slides and go to, in a minute. David, I'm audible?
Yes, STG, you are available?
Yes. Yeah, so the other thing I wanted to highlight to you, where even matters of STI becoming important, are the emerging global threats, which are coming to light in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, where the warfare or battles will be taken from a different perspective. Your world of advanced studies talking of humanoids. You create a war machine, which is just robotics. Maybe that's not there for us. But what about now for us when people have these situations like the one I'm going to inform you here? This is coming from a newspaper in March, where research, Cambridge, shows the pork poultry that you and me eat is contaminated by bacteria. Who checks on that? Who follows up on that? And this is the key reason of STI mainstreaming. that as part of your institutional strategy, like if it is the KEBS which checks on this, or the Public Health State Department that checks on this, or CALRO that checks on this, we strongly believe that checking on this random sampling of supermarkets should be part of your institutional STS strategy. This is a matter of public concern. I'm sure it concerns you because your life and my life is at stake. If what you eat every day is poisonous, I mean, how do you expect to survive? It is what could be increasing our stress levels, where now you have had even suicide levels have gone higher in Kenya, unlike in the past. So these are real issues, and the science, technology, innovation issues, they are research issues, and they're real. Another one is herbicides. It's a key issue. The herbicides that come from outside, who check on them? Who frequently checks on them? So the agency, the ministry, the state corporations, and this requires multi-agency support, needs to include the checking of the herbicides right from the immigrations that come into the country. And we believe this needs to be part of the institutional STS strategy for the institutions, the state departments that are involved in this. This is real. This was in Sunday Nation of 2021. How safe is your Sukuma Wiki? And the research, this was, I think, that by KEFI, shows that 90% of the Sukuma Wiki that you eat is contaminated with toxic pesticides, including Menji. Who checks on this? So we believe, again, the state departments and the ministries that are involved in this should be part. And if you are a staff or a director of handling this kind of matter, I think you have a right to ask for allocation, budgetary allocation from your board or from your CEO, that we need some money just to be sampling. That despite it. So when we are talking of that 2% allocation to R&D, is actually 2% allocation to RSTI, to research, science, technology, and innovation on this one. So that because this is a matter of life and death. We eat Sukuma Wiki, we eat meat, we eat all this, and if all of them are poisonous, what will you do? And you can see globally, 1 in 10 people falls ill after consuming contaminated food, and 420,000 die of food-related illnesses every year. So do we allow this to continue? That is part of that STM mainstreaming, and it means institutions that are in charge with this will have to mainstream this in their project. So our team, we kindly request you to work closely with the various institutions within their mandate. So we'll always check what is the mandate that you're given, either through your enabling act or through your legal notice or through whichever document that enables your state corporation, that are you able to do your mandate? And we bring it as a focal point to the attention of the government if you need any form of assistance in terms of capacity building for your staff, in terms of infrastructure, and so forth. Again, this was 2022 September. KEBS withdrew 10 cooking oils. What was the reason? They never told us. But you and me can guess that there was something wrong with that. This is the oil that you and me use. So which institution? And I'm happy that KEBS has strongly come on board, by the way. We are with them in Geneva for the BW Convention. And the element of STM and streaming allows them to allocate resources to undertake core duties that affect that. So these are the benefits which I think are already being felt in some of the institutions. Yes, aflatoxin levels. Yes, we do not know which maize flour to buy. And CALRO researchers actually found out that the levels are very high. Researchers in Kenya have established that aflatoxin found in common cereals like maize and wheat are becoming a major burden on Kenya's healthcare system due to their link to cancer. So should we keep on just watching? So this is the value proposition that STM mainstreaming is. It brings to the attention of not only one institution, the institutions that are involved on a certain task of national concern. So take note of that. Something which has come out very recently is what we're calling fifth industrial revolution. When we're still in the fourth, people are moving to the fifth. And in the fifth is where now the machine meets man, where they're able to put gadgets inside your brain, inside your nose. How is this impacting on us? I think this is another level, but we need to be aware. They're already printing the human hearts. Okay, maybe they have not implanted them, but how will that affect our national security or even our public safety if we are not part of that research? So we hope that very experienced doctors, just the other day, I think they did a transplant, is it at Moi Referral? Yes, so we believe that our researchers, the State Department in charge of this, will keep abreast. You might not have the money maybe to do that, but at least keep abreast what is happening, so that when we seek advisory, that should Kenyans go to this country to be able to be implanted with a heart or with a liver or with a ear or with a tongue or with a nose or with a neck, that we feel that our very own Kenyans have advised us to do the same. The first person with a printed eye, 3D printed eye, is here. Is from the US. The same thing. If myself as I'm going to have an eye, how safe is that my eye? Will it explode? I need some advice whether I'm safe. from our own Kenyans, so that I don't just go outside and come back with an eye. The other thing, can it be a security concern? Would I be a spy gadget or anything? So these are the issues that science innovation, the level where it has arrived, and we need to be abreast on that. Having said that, it's just to request you as part of value proposition, ask yourself the question as a State Department, what is your contribution to Kenya's global competitiveness? Starting is, what is your contribution to Kenya's Global Innovation Index? The parameters that determine this, they are key parts which are directly related to science, technology, innovation. So they talk of science and innovation investments. That is why you'll find in our tools, there's a place we are requesting you to tell us how much money have you invested in science and technology. They're talking about technological progress. They're talking about socioeconomic impact. So what is your contribution? What's the contribution of NACOSTI to Global Innovation Index? What's the contribution of yourself and NACOSTI and anybody to World Competitiveness Ranking, which is different from Global Innovation Index? And you might want to find out that probably most African countries are not even ranked. But if you look at the parameters, there are portions we talk of technological infrastructure. And some of your institutions have very, very top infrastructure. And you'll see in some of the slides that are up at the front. If we are able to bring that to the platform that does these rankings, I'm sure Kenya's ranking, which is very good by Africa standards, we will move to beyond Africa and compete with the other players. They talk of scientific infrastructure in institutions. What is the health and environment infrastructure? What are the education levels in the country? These are the parameters that they check. So those tables, which you initially might see as many, really is very difficult to extract anything from it. And the beauty of those tables now that we are digitized, you only fill it once. The next time you join in a quarter, you'll only be updating where you need to update. If there's no change on human capital or infrastructure or anything, you just click the same and it goes. So it's just the initial input which you need, and that data should be available because it's the same data that the National Treasury requires. But once you do it once online, it's a very easy document. So please be assured that information hopefully will get up to somewhere. What is your contribution to SDG index? Now that's the debate. Yeah, because the COVID matters have gone down a little bit. People are talking about SDG, and you can see the rank of Kenya. I've marked it there, but you can Google this. Yes, where is Kenya? I think it's like South Africa is doing better than us. I'm seeing some other countries. Algeria is doing better than us. In Africa, I'm also looking for another one. Others are doing fairly well, but what is your contribution as an institution to SDG index? Because there are things that you do there. Yeah, even when you even just ensure that you are using solar power in your agency. That is a contribution to SDG index, which needs to be quantified. What's your contribution to the ranking of most technologically advanced countries in the world? Because that attracts business. What is your contribution to the world? It's called World Digital Competitive. There are a number of rankings, ladies and gentlemen. So just allow me to rush. What's your contribution to Human Development Index? When a CEO, as a CEO or as a director, you decide to send some of your staff for training in Russia or training outside the country, that we need to capture because it's a contribution. What is the contribution to ICT ranking, which is a major plank or pillar of our government? So what is your contribution? And you can see the ranking of Kenya. South Africa is like higher than us. Tunisia, Morocco, Mauritius, Egypt, Namibia, Gabon, Cape Verde, Ghana. I think we can do better. And I think we're already doing better. It is only that information is not in the right platform. That's what we're trying to get you. What's your contribution to Frontier Technologies Index? Yeah, just as part of attracting business. What is the contribution as an institution? What's the contribution on NACOSTI or your State Department on this? And the ranking and the data is there. We'll circulate this. Probably this 2019. If you Google, you might find one for 2021 or even 2022. So in terms of the table, this is just a typical table. Our team will talk on that. But I'll go straight away to some of the benefits you're seeing out of that table already. Distinguished participants. This is now what we extracted in the third quarter. We are now extracting for the fourth quarter. And this for the first time where we are able to get this kind of information. David, am I audible? As I head towards the end. Please confirm that I'm audible.
Yes, DG, you're audible.
Okay, thank you. Now, this is just a table that our team has extracted from the, I think, the third quarter returns. And you can see I've just picked an equipment, and you can see CalRO, this is for research institution. CalRO at Moguga has an equipment called digestibility trial unit costing $500 million. Who would have known that they have that? And suppose in your institution, you need that institution, or you need to learn, you need to benchmark. Do you have to go to Malaysia when CalRO has it here? And you can see their number. I'll just show you very quickly the data that we're having, which we do not know how to consume it. It's massive. Chuka University, for example, has a triple quadruple gas chromatograph costing 54 million. So who would have known that around that region of Chuka University, instead of somebody coming all the way maybe to University of Nairobi, or even going outside the country, if you knew that they have that 54 million, wouldn't you go there and negotiate to use that machine? And even for Chuka University, would this be benefit when we are able to project you that you're able to know that you have this kind of equipment? You go to Cooperative University, they have an hospital facility because that's a research infrastructure, which they say they are estimated to be around 150 million. So they are good. I'll move faster. Yes, you come here very quickly. Water Technical Training Institute. Would have known that Water Technical Training Institute in some area has a smart board of 200 million. I would really want to see this smart board, by the way, but it's of 200 million. Would have known that Borabo TTI has electronics and electro training machines of 100 million, which even I would universities do not have. Yes, would have known that Masinga, I think TTC has a mechatronic engineering training kit of 108 million. Because I only know probably JKUAT was the lead university in offering mechatronic engineering, but do they have this kit? So this is now the value proposition or what you are getting out of the information that you're giving us. Very interesting when you come to state corporations like now yourself, look at what we have, okay? We are getting that Konza Technopolis has an assorted networking storage and power equipment of 297 million. They also have a video conference facility of 118 million. And they are going to have a conference facility there. We are seeing KIPI, Kenya Industrial Property Institute, has a 300 million EPAS system. Yes, if you need to use it. We are able to see like ATP Water Services has 81 million, a number of things. Probably the one is of interest is geothermal. Geothermal development, GDC. Look at the kind of equipment they have. These are technology equipment, 1 billion. Drilling rig 3, 974 million, 1 billion, 1 billion, 1 billion. This is the value that you're getting from the information that you're giving us, and we will try to validate it. And when it's available, I'm sure it is, and this is part of the data, it complies with the Data Protection Act. You give the information, we have a right to get that information in public interest. And also we are mandated to give that information, not to everybody else, but to the persons who have a right to see that information. So this is information that's already coming in. At MTRH, they have a second linear accelerator costing 288 million. You go down, ENSDA has a leather processing equipment of 1.2 billion. And the story goes on and on. On and on. I'm just looking for like ADC, the farm in Kitale, they have a zero tillage planter of 362 million. This is information coming from state corporation. So whoever is missing out on this is actually missing out on a very important conversation, and we hope will be there. In terms of R&D expenditure, I think this is mainly focused on universities, so I'll skip on that one. In terms of workforce, yeah, for the first time, we are able to get workforce that we have in the country divided in the field of study like natural sciences, engineering, and technology. These are the standard, well-accepted divisions. And we're able to know that we have, for example, 352 persons or distinguished Kenyans with PhD in natural sciences, and so forth, and so forth, and so forth. Publications are a very interesting area for research institutions again. We're able to determine that in terms of peer-reviewed journals in natural sciences, we have this information. Patents are very key. We're able to get that information. So every information there is quite key. Again, I'm skipping for the sake of time, and I'm able to come to this table. These are institutions working with the private sector and our international partners. The missing link in our development is how we can synergize with private sector and international partners. Private sector is a little bit complicated. They use a different language, but we are able to celebrate a number of institutions which have demonstrated that they are linking up with international partners and private sector, like Kenya National Highways Authority, Athi Water Services, Konza Technopolis, University of Nairobi Enterprises. There are many, you can see them, about 43 that we have captured there. But not only that, in terms of attracting money, these are the leading institutions in attracting funding from the private sector on international partners. You can see the Kenya National Highways Authority attracted 57 billion shillings. I don't know over what period of time, but I think it's in the documentation. You're able to see an institution like University of Nairobi, which has challenges on cash, but they're able to attract 3.8 billion, mostly for research and development from international partners. So this is extremely encouraging so that people are able to appreciate what the leadership there is doing, what we are doing there, and be able to project it. So maybe soon we'll be giving advisories on the different parameters. We believe each one of you, each state corporation has their strength. You might be in terms of human capacity, you might be in terms of equipment. We want to bring it out through this STI mainstreaming target. So in conclusion, distinguished participants, we strongly believe that there's a strong value proposition for what you are undertaking in STI mainstreaming. You are able to anchor our country at the highest levels in the global arena. You are able to provide opportunities for your staff. You are able to engage in a multi-sectoral approach rather than the silo, which has not helped us. But in a nutshell, we're able to say that STI are key drivers of economic and social development, as well as national security and public safety. That's why you'll find the Minister of Defense participating in this, the Minister of Interior participating in this, and all of us, because national security aspects are extremely there in the wake of COVID and even the public safety. The pandemic has reaffirmed the vital role of STI as a global public good. NACOST will seek to partner with you in the entire STI sector, and you as the designated focal points and champions and media have a major role to play in STI mainstreaming. So allow me to thank you very much for sparing some time to listen to me. Yes, I'm caught up in some other things even as I'm presenting, but probably with the permission of my colleagues, if we could have just very burning comments or questions in the next 5 minutes before I exit briefly, that'd be okay. Otherwise, I'm sure our team is competent enough to respond to a number of questions, and we have all the time and until you're satisfied. But with that, thank you. Back to you, David. If they're burning questions, then we can take them at this particular juncture. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Director General. And thank you for ending on that high note. Really, I'm very sure we really appreciate this info painted for us. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I think you are now in a better position to raise your issue. We have just a few minutes for Director General. Kindly, let's give you the opportunity. If there are any burning issues for his attention, then we will continue with our open Q&A answers. If you have any burning issue, maybe you could unmute yourself or raise your hand so that we can notice. Okay, Lynette, you can have your comment, question.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Lynette,
yes,
we can hear you.
Can hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, what I wanted to ask was asked by my former colleague. This is also our first time to undertake mainstreaming on STI. But I also wanted just to know the difference between sending the quarterly tool and the annual one. The one that was presented, the detailed one, is it the quarterly one? Or the quarterly one is just the ones that again were presented on appointing a champion, undertaking a training, then sensitizing. So I just wanted to get that clarification, though you tried to explain and I somehow I got it.
Yeah, that's a quick one. I think, David, you can respond to that. And I'm also seeing someone in the chat asking whether they need to appoint new focal persons. I think no. It's more of reaffirming the same, unless the CEO has made changes, the same team continues. But David, can you quickly explain that?
Yes, I think thank you, Lynette. You know, the work plan as you generate, you're supposed to report on quarterly on the activity, specifically the activity that you commit to report on the quarterly basis. By the time you are getting to Q4, you will be reporting cumulatively for all the quarters. But your work plan is set for whatever you commit within the quarter. But the most important thing is the timelines to report. I want you to get that clear, because 15 days after the end of the quarter. So make sure the quarterly report is within 15 days after the end of the quarter. Like this quarter by 15th October. So make sure you already have submitted what you committed within the quarter.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other burning one? Yes.
Oh,
Yeah, if
Peter,
not, yes.
Peter, you can take the floor.
Yes, Peter, go ahead and mute yourself. Peter, unmute yourself.
Okay, in the meantime, Joseph Mburu,
Yes.
you have one for the Director General. Joseph, you are muted.
You may unmute. And make sure your voice space doesn't have an X, because there's unmuting and there's also the volume button, whether it's enough and it's not blocked. The volume button at the bottom, ensure it's also not blocked. Yes, but otherwise, David, I think you can handle the other questions. If there's anything that requires my response, I can respond through email. Will that be okay?
Yeah, thank you, Prof. I think we can tackle the rest.
Yes, I'll be on and off, so that, but we give them all the information that is possible and encourage all of us to participate. Thank you very much, distinguished participants, for listening and for maintaining the audience at that high numbers. Thank you very much.
Okay, so distinguished participant, you have the opportunity for us to articulate further issues that you need our attention, clarity.
Hello, a quick one. Sorry, in addition to what Lynette had asked, Lynette, from the practice, even as you implement your strategic plan, the first document you develop on annual basis is the annual work plan. So as you develop your annual work plan, it's the same thing for STI strategy. If you have a strategy, for example, you have to develop a work plan that captures what you want to do within your STI strategy for the year. If you don't have an STI strategy you are developing, then again, you have your work plan, which again state the roadmap. It's basically the roadmap of what you'll be doing within the financial year, so that one of the things is for you to attain your strategic plan. I mean, to attain your STI strategy. So basically, yes, the work plan is different. Then once you develop the annual work plan, the next thing that we'll be doing based with the presentation that was done is to report on quarterly basis. So every quarter you will be reporting, again guided now by your work plan, because you committed certain things to do for the whole year. So the work plan is a document you develop to guide you for actualization of the indicator within the financial year, or within the period that is 2023-2024. On quarterly basis, you continue now reporting on the same each quarter, from first quarter to fourth quarter. So fourth quarter, ideally, you report also in fourth quarter the activities you said you do, and accumulation comes when now you earn all the quarters. When you earn first to fourth quarter, then cumulatively you have the cumulative of all the quarters. So I believe that is clear. Then there was a question that I've seen it has been repeated in terms of when you look at the STI strategy, or probably when a situation arises, probably you didn't factor in. I know evaluation vetting for 2023-2024 performance contract has come to an end, and now we are going for evaluation for the other 2022-2023. But basically, as I said again, when you look at your contract, if, for example, you didn't factor at all, look at the expenditure. And I think there are many areas we are spending, from service delivery, where we have digitization. You realize again, if you're not spending on science, you're spending on technology. If you're not spending on technology, you're spending on innovation or in research itself. So basically be broad enough and look at it from that dimension, because moving forward, as I said, this is basically implementation also of your strategic plan, because your strategic plan by now should be aligned with MTP4 and should also be aligned with MTP3. In fact, if you look at this year, 2023-2024 financial year, development of the strategic plan is compulsory for everyone. If yours has come to an end, then you develop. If not, you review and align accordingly with Beta and MTP4. So basically what I'm saying, you have an opportunity still. to implement this again, either within your strategic plan. And remember, your strategic plan, again, you have the implementation matrix, again, where you give on yearly basis what needs to be done. And remember, again, in your performance contract, the indicators you are committing indicators in Vision 2030, the indicators and better, but we have others. Others are these indicators that you're implementing specifically to actualize your strategic plan. So there is that broad way of you implementing it. So I believe it's a bit clearer so that we are able to implement efficiently. Thank you. Maybe a quick one as Dr. Gigi addresses the next point. I remember we had, I don't know whether I'm very audible. I believe you can hear me. There was the issue of the capacity within the MDAs. And of course, the resources attached. As we said earlier, every quarter, from first quarter to fourth quarter, NACOST as will always do sensitization and capacity building across all MDAs. So I urge you, and these trainings are free, they are completely free. So I urge you always to participate so that you can be able to effectively run your indicator and do what is supposed to be done. Then number two, in case as an institution, you find that you want a customized or basically a demand-driven kind of an EROP in terms of sensitization and capacity building, you can also request on top of it if what we are offering online, you probably feel is not very sufficient, or maybe you want to have more information. Like most of the MDAs probably want to develop the STS strategies, others who have developed, but they want to be guided in terms of efficient and effective implementation. That is always given. And the sensitization, as I said, they are free, so take advantage of them so that you can be able to benefit. Thank you. You can raise your hand in case you have any question, clarification, or you can just unmute yourself and probably bring it out so that we have a clear understanding of this indicator and its implementation.
Thank you, Jevan. And then before, as you raise, I have a question. There's one from Samuel. This regards the membership to be accredited as ISACs. These are institutional scientific and ethic review committees. Is it a must for all MDAs? Even if you don't do research? Yes, the straight answer is it's not a must. And you are not even required to have it if you don't have, you're not intensive in terms of the research. But should you be carrying out research, you can always be affiliated to others, accredited ISACs. So this is not a requirement for MDAs because we already have 39 accredited ISACs across the country. So if you're doing research that require to go through these ethical committees, so you can always advise your members to reach out to the accredited. So this should not be a bother to MDAs, but mainly this more prominent within the research institution and universities. So don't worry about that. So it's not a requirement. Okay, any other issues? Okay. You can put that. Yes, it is one that the issues regard your request for special or customized training. Definitely, as we said, NACOST is always on standby to work with you along this journey. Always put official formal request to the NACOST's email, the Director General DG at NACOST. It's one of the available avenue. And you can always be assisted. What we need to do is to agree on the availability of the resource person to work with you, but consider NACOST being there to work with you and to work with you to make it as simpler as possible. Yes, that's something available for you to reach to us, to facilitate and to customize within your reach and within your means. I also saw another request, somebody who had raised this in the morning. Are we expected to, or this training are supposed to cost you? Yeah, like this one we are doing is it's free. Every quarter we'll be able to do this. You can always reach for advice, for guidance. It's not free, it's not charged. It's free of charge unless you require an in-person, which is on the demand driven. But generally, all these training are supposed to be free to help you clarify and guide you against all those where you may have some doubts.
So I think for the email, it has been shared for specialized training. You can always write to pc@nacost.go.ke. The email is provided to everyone in case you need more of help in terms of implementing the indicator. There is a question by Kenani. I have tried to get in touch with someone. I don't know whether I'm audible enough. Sorry, I was saying there is an email. In case you want to contact NACOST, there is an email at pc.nacost.go.ke provided under the chat. So you can always get it. And there is this question by Kenan that I have tried to get in touch with someone who can guide me on assessing research funds, but to no avail. How can we access it? There is also, Dr. Gige will respond to that. There is another one, considering some of us may not have budget allocation. I think I answered that, and I help you to look at this from a broader perspective. As I said, our budgeting process sometimes can happen earlier before the PC process. But this year, there was a real attempt to ensure that these processes happen simultaneously. And that way, if you look at the negotiation, when you're doing the negotiation, one of the things you want to agree with the negotiators was on the area of the approved budget. Of course, most of you are receiving capitation from the Ministry for non-commercial. You know exactly the estimate by that time and already been released. What are we saying? We are saying if you look at your budget, when you look at the activities under your PC must be scheduled, must be implemented within your approved budget. In fact, your approved budget's core purpose is to implement your PC, because those are the issues you have identified from your strategic plan, from the guidelines, from agreeing with Vision 2030 and such. and then you're supposed to implement them based with the approved budget. So if you realize that, for example, you may not, you have deficiency in that direction, just consider indicators, as I gave a example in the morning, indicators under service delivery. For example, digitization. When you look at it keenly, the whole idea is it has technology application, it has innovation in it, all meant to improve service delivery. So activities that happen within, for example, digitization, any budget, any expenditure that you incur in that dimension, of course, is part of science, technology, innovation. And we said, in case you realize completely you didn't factor this in, then you need to look at the expenditure, because again, as you have realized, we are spending so much in the area of research, science, technology, and innovation, and sometimes you don't capture the same. And again, remember, strategic plan, as I said earlier, is compulsory for everyone. Development or review, meaning we are aligning ourselves with MTP4 and with BETTER. And again, as we said, if you look at BETTER, MTP4, Vision 2030, which is also a compulsory area for you to choose your indicators, they all run in the area of research, science, technology, and innovation. It's an enabler, as it was stated. So basically, it'll be safe to look at it that way and look at all funds that you're using within that dimension for you to capture within your reports, as you report for first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, up to fourth quarter on what you have been able to utilize. So that can be a way out. And I think the same question by someone who didn't indicate the name, considering some of us may not have budget, I think I've answered that. As I said, R&D again is just a subset within research, science, technology, and innovation. It's one of the things we are supposed to do. There are many other things that we are doing. We are declaring our research output, we are declaring the infrastructure, the equipment, the programs and the project that we are running. So basically, it's just a subset of it. And the best way, as I said, to look at it is from the expenditure perspective. Realize you're buying equipment, you are using your funds in ICT-related areas for digitization and others, and indeed you realize you are spending. So basically, look at it that way, and it will be a bit easier for you to implement. Then by Joyce, are you able to enforce budget allocation on work plan, on institution, because it can appear on the work plan, but not on it? Yes, again, remember, this work plan is basically borrowing from the allocation that you already have in the approved budget. In other words, the activities that you are scheduling, in your work plan, you are borrowing them from your STI strategy. If you're not implementing, you have not developed your STI strategy, then these are the steps that you're putting in place for you to actualize the same. And this again is one of the documents you're supposed to upload to NACOST. In terms of implementation, all what you do is what basically you captured in your work plan. So basically it means as you implement in quotas, you are capturing the aspirations and the activities within the work plan that was supposed to have been done. So I think those were questions. We've been able to answer them. I don't know whether there is another, but still NACOST to be able to respond in case questions are not been, you can still put the question, and if it's not answered here, I think the same can also be answered through an email once we are through his sensitization. Thank you so much, and God bless you.
Maybe a quick one. This is from Kenan in terms of the research funds. So that we're able to address your concern insofar as the research funds are concerned, you realize the Science, Technology, and Innovation Act has different actors. NACOST is the specialist agency that is responsible for these indicators. We have National Research Fund and Kenya National Innovation Agency to deal with innovation. What we can do is to assist you, give you the contact for National Research Fund, then interact with their website and their officers for if and when the available opportunities are there. Ordinarily, there are always competitive opportunities which are open for Kenyans and should take advantage of that. But as far as NACOST is concerned, NACOST is more of the greater agency, but funding agency is the research fund, NRF, where we should be your concerns should be addressed. We'll provide a link or contact or website links that can be able to help you so that we take care of your concern. We've seen you've tried, but you've not been successful. So we are also able to assist you get the right set or the links. Having said that, I think, and in absence of other question, other comments, want to take this opportunity to really thank you all for really this total sacrifice and the willingness to learn and commitment to really take what needed to have this indicator well implemented. So we want to thank you on behalf of my colleagues, on behalf of Nakosti. Want to say a big thank you. Again, as we have said, this is the quarter 4. We'll always have a similar session. Throw in your comments and requests for assistance. So asanteni sana, and let's indicator forecast. Okay, so dear participants, we started with a word of prayer. Kindly let's end with the word of prayer. Shall we pray? Almighty Father, we want to thank you for this day. Thank you for the time that you've given out to us to converse and articulate these issues to do with science, technology, and innovation. Thank you for your wisdom and the energy that you've given out to us. Thank you for the patience. We want to thank you and commit our country as we do this for the greater good. I want to ask you, oh Lord, for the protection of each and every member, for committee members, and the focal and the champions who are taking this process, that we may all be successful for the greater good and for the greater glory of your name. We want to ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen.